Ladies and gentlemen, the chairwoman would like to start the meeting in 2 minutes. If we could please start taking our seats. If everyone could please take your seats, we'd like to start the meeting. Again, we do have a quorum and we would like to start the meeting. The chairwoman is asking everyone to please take your seats.
Good morning, everyone. I got you, boo. We counted for quorum already. Good morning. The September 27th Board of Directors meeting is called to order. First, I'd like to ask our interpreters to explain how to access interpretation. Please go ahead.
Yeah, announcement from the interpreter. To use the interpretation feature, please scroll to the bottom of the Zoom screen where the meeting controls are. Click on the interpretation icon, the world, and select English as your language. If you are joining through the Zoom mobile app from a cell phone, tablet, etc., please press the ellipsis, then interpretation, and then choose your language. Finally, click on mute original audio to not hear the original Spanish low in the background. Headsets are available for interpretation. If you are in the meeting room, please check out a headset from the receptionist in the lobby. Aviso por parte del intérprete. Para hacer uso del servicio de interpretación, favor de desplazarse a la parte inferior de la pantalla de Zoom, donde aparecen los controles. Haga clic en el icono de interpretación, el globo terráqueo, y seleccione Español. Si está utilizando la aplicación de móvil de Zoom, desde su celular, tableta, etc., presione los puntos suspensivos, luego interpretación y luego el idioma. Si no desea escuchar el audio original en inglés en el fondo, por favor seleccione Mute Original Audio o silenciar audio original. Contamos con auriculares disponibles para el servicio de interpretación. Si se encuentra en la sala de la reunión, favor de pedir auriculares con la recepcionista en el vestíbulo. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the land that we call home. The tribal nations of the San Diego region have historically faced injustices. We acknowledge the harmony that existed between the land, nature, and its original peoples who have since endured displacement, persecution, and systemic oppression. We pay our respect for the unceded territory of homelands of the 18 tribal nations in our region, the most in any county in the United States, from 4 central groups, the Kumeyaay, the Guiño, the Luiseño, the Cupeño, and the Cahuilla. This land has nourished, healed, protected, and embraced them for many generations in a relationship of balance and harmony. As members of the SANDAG community, we acknowledge this legacy and we aspire to learn from Indigenous traditional knowledge and experiences in undoing the injustices of the past. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Tessa, can you please confirm quorum?
Good morning, Chair. I can confirm a quorum with 12 of 19 members present, and we do have one virtual participant. When you would like me to address that, I will.
Yes,
now.
please. Go ahead.
Today, Councilmember Gasterlin has requested remote participation. Councilmember, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions. Can you please state the reason without any personal information as to why you are requesting remote participation?
Yes, thank you very much. We had an emergency in our family, a medical emergency, and I am here helping take care of this.
And can you also state whether you have anyone over the age of 18 in the room with you, and if so, who they are, their name and relationship?
Yeah, there's no one in the room with me.
And can you confirm that you'll be able to keep your video on at all times and use your audio when needed?
Yes.
Thank you. I would like to ask board counsel to confirm that this council member meets the requirements, legal requirements.
Thanks. Yes, confirmed. This meets the legal requirements.
Thank you,
Thank you.
board counsel. And I would like to also announce that this member does not count toward quorum and that we will need to take roll call votes today. Thank you.
Thank you. And so before we begin today's agenda, I would like to take a moment to extend a warm welcome to very special guests joining us today. First, I want to acknowledge our Consul General Alicia Gerber Palma. Thank you for being here this morning. This morning, we were able to have a meet and greet with, we were really honored to be able to have our Tijuana Mayor-elect, Ismael Burgueño Ruiz, with us. Mayor-elect, your leadership and vision are vital to the strong partnership that we have across the border, and we're really looking forward to continue our collaboration on the issues that unite our region. Our entire board was invited, and key community leaders, we wanted to make sure that they had the opportunity to connect with him. Así que muy agradecida por el tiempo que nos prestó hoy en la mañana. Muy contentos de que esté aquí con nosotros. Sabemos la importancia del municipio de Tijuana y el trabajo que usted ha hecho, y estamos muy, muy orgullosos y muy emocionados de su nuevo gobierno y oportunidades de trabajar juntos. Así que con eso, I'm going to turn it over to the mayor-elect just to say a couple of words. Mayor. En español.
And the mayor is going to speak in Spanish.
Okay.
So if anybody, the mayor will be speaking in Spanish. So if you don't speak Spanish, feel free to use I don't have it in front of me. You want to show them what theirs? Yeah, one of those. That way you can listen in. Okay. Alcalde.
Sí. Bien, buenos días. Agradezco la atención, agradezco la invitación a este espacio que para mí es muy importante estar presente. Ya próximamente estaremos tomando las riendas del municipio de Tijuana como alcalde. Y bueno, quiero agradecer la invitación a Nora Vargas. Gracias por este gran detalle y saludo a todas y todos. Decirles que para mí es un honor estar frente a los representantes de los 18 municipios de la región, al igual que al resto de los integrantes de SANDAG. Agradezco esta invitación, es un gusto realmente poder participar y ser parte de la discusión y análisis de iniciativas de impacto binacional que aquí emanan. Para mí es fundamental que como próximo ayuntamiento de Tijuana mantengamos una estrecha comunicación y cooperación de manera permanente con los distintos entes públicos y privados de este lado de la frontera, que son quienes definitivamente inciden en el desarrollo de proyectos para responder a los continuos retos que enfrenta esta megaregión de más de 7 millones de personas. Realmente para el gobierno que habré de encabezar a partir del 1 de octubre, será una de mis prioridades diseñar una agenda binacional, y sin duda alguna la Asociación de Gobiernos de San Diego es el espacio natural para que Tijuana conjugue esfuerzos con las autoridades hermanas del sur de California. No se trata de diseñar solamente una nueva agenda binacional, sino que ésta tenga un calendario de compromisos, un seguimiento puntual a cada uno de los temas o acciones que acordemos desde el ámbito de nuestra competencia. Temas como movilidad, infraestructura, fronteriza, seguridad, medio ambiente forman parte de nuestra agenda binacional y que requieren un trabajo conjunto para atender una problemática de una megaregión que concentra, por ejemplo, casi el 30% de los cruces vehiculares en la frontera México y Estados Unidos. quiero dejar claro que durante mi administración se impulsarán obras sustentables para modernizar infraestructura, particularmente la que tiene que ver
In
con
particular, the
cruces
one that has to
fronterizos,
do with border crossing, support from the federal authority to strengthen the competitivity and to facilitate the transfer of people. Our goal is to make Tijuana Tijuana needs a lot of trees, and so we have to convert the city into a green city. I have the ability to hear different concerns of the neighboring municipalities to benefit the regions of Cali Baja. There's no other goal but to create happiness among the citizens. And I'm sure that the projects that we're going to work together we're going to be able to generate the conditions to continue strengthen our fraternity among cities, and for this border to be the best one in the world, the best organized, the best coordinated, and to have big results that citizens yearn on our behalf. And like I've always said, with all my humbleness, I'm here to serve with my doors open in Tijuana to generate those projects. I want to invest in infrastructure, parks, art, culture. We need to develop human beings, and we're only going to do this by working together.
Gran puerta que siempre ha sido bajo liderazgo de un equipo que me va a estar acompañando y que un servidor ahí va a estar.
And I'm going to be here 24 hours to generate the
So
conditions
I'm going to be
and
there
to work
to provide all the conditions and so
to
that
create a great work in the next 3 years that I'm going to be leading the government
I
of Tijuana. Thank you for your space.
And thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mayor. Muchas gracias. Thank you so much for being here.
Gracias por estar aquí.
With that, Tessa, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you.
Thank you and good morning. Before we begin today's agenda, wrong page. We will start today with non-agenda public and member comments. As a reminder, no comments shall use loud, threatening, profane, or abusive language that disrupts the orderly conduct of the meeting. It will not be tolerated. Disorderly conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the board meeting is prohibited. Per our board policy, the amount of time allowed for each verbal public comment is determined based on the number of agenda items, the complexity of those items, and the number of persons anticipated to offer comment. This allows us to hear from as many people as possible and to complete our business while we still have a quorum. Based on those factors, the chairwoman has determined that today's meeting, each member of the public will be allowed 1 minute for their comments. We have 5 commenters in person, and I'd like to remind the public that we only take the first 5 commenters at the beginning of the meeting. The following commenters will be taken at the end of the meeting for non-agenda public comments. That includes Michael Brando, Mark, phone number 415, Blair Beekman, phone number 612, and the original draw. I'll go ahead and call the first commenter to the podium. Truth, please come to the podium.
Okay, thanks for that. Binational political theater. Happy Native American Day. You can all leave our people's land now. Thanks. October 2nd, if I take a bus or bike to Imperial Beach, is it still clean air day? I don't want to hear a peep about GHGs until SANDAG's priorities are in the correct lane. Mexico suddenly turned on the pump station switch to open IB's beaches during election season. Now Tijuana have their streets flooded with their own sewage. Is this supposed to make IB shut up? Not happening. Jagdivist, that purple line's not to Mexico, because why would we give a trolley that gives us give a country that gives us biotoxins a free trolley? Why wouldn't the tribes be the first consideration, since SANDAG has done pretty much nothing for them for 20 years? Where's the red line from Jamul to Saquon to Santee to Barona? With the new copper line, El Cajon will now have 3 trolley lines converging. MTS needs more SANDAG funding because El Cajon will now be a major transportation investment area stop. It needs more lighting, benches, security, and pedestrian safety measures. This is not going to save lives. And Alicia, don't ever tell Americans they can afford another 0.1% in cost. Stay in your lane.
Cesar Javier, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Piorita Javier.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank God. The quality index today is good. 0 to 501. The impact of COVID-19 is gone. The air we breathe is safe and healthy. It is the same in District 9's neighborhood with ceramics manufacturing, with its kiln operating. The answer is not if it is bad since 1984, because the city has permitted the home business situated in a residential zone. We pray that the deaths of residents, old and those with existing medical conditions proximate to the site are not coincidental. That includes
time
my
has
late
expired.
husband, Harold,
Cesar, please
and
come to the podium.
Cesar Javier. I see the governor of the Air Pollution Control District. I see the queen of the region. I see some courtiers from the city of San Diego, Councilor Campillo, and our beloved Councilor District 8, and professional staff of the city of San Diego, planning, DSD perhaps, and the attorney's office. It's time to declare stop Mr. Fraser, the owner of the ceramics manufacturing in the residential area. Sir Shu, the governor of Air Pollution Control District. Ma'am Vargas, Mayor Gloria, you fail.
Sir, your time has expired. I need to call our next commenter, Robert Gurman. Please come to the podium, and staff will be by to help you with setting up your presentation. I've got to find him.
Maybe
I'll
one of
be
these
promoting
days.
you, so you'll have access.
I don't know.
Please accept that promotion.
Scroll down. This way. Okay. These slides, I have two slides. They're taken from Orlando International Airport Strategic Plan. It's called Connection. This is what we could do at Miramar. We can't do it down at Lindbergh. This is the first slide. And the airport is not mandated to tell you about these options that we have. That's the first slide. But this is the most important slide to me. It has your ground transportation, your railroad transportation, all put into an airport with plenty of room around it. I gave this slide to the Transportation Committee, so I'm not coming in cold on you guys, but this is the future for the next 50 to 100 years at MCAS. The Navy was willing to do this in 2005, but because of politics, they opposed this. We would be in Fat City right now if we would have done this in 2005. Don't let it pass up again. We work very well with the Navy. We could put the Marines down at Lindbergh at the monstrosity that is down there.
Thank
and
you.
we
Your
could
time
move
has
Lindbergh to
expired.
Miramar.
Our final commenter at this time, Mary Davis, please come to the podium.
I promise to always be civil. Mary Davis here, and I am a member of the Alpine Community Planning Group, but I'm here today as a private citizen wearing my wildfire safety advocacy hat. I wanted to let you know, and I had emailed most of you about the BEST project that we heard about last night that is going to be coming or proposed for Sequan Truck Trail, which sits on a ridgeline above Loveland Reservoir. My deep concern, again, we need to work regionally. This is not just an Alpine problem. At risk are 20 people at the end of that road that would have a death trap with the Santa Ana winds coming down on them. But additionally, any type of suppression or fire or hydrogen cyanide would end up in the Loveland and Sweetwater watershed. And that would affect Dehesa, Spring Valley, National City, Chula Vista. This is a regional problem. I'm asking for advocacy and opposing this project region-wide for the citizens for environmental justice. Thank you.
That concludes the public comments at this time.
Thank you very much. And I really like the hat. I'd like to take a moment today in my report, for non-agenda comments. I want to take a moment to recognize and honor California Native American Day. This day is a meaningful opportunity for all of us to celebrate the culture, heritage, and contributions of the California Native American communities. As we meet today, we honor the indigenous people who have lived and cared for this land for generations. And I hope that the work that we've done, particularly when we had our tribal communities gathering, that we continue on summit, that we continue on that path and really be true partners as we're moving forward. I mean, we have one of the largest Native American communities in this region, and I think it's a wonderful opportunity to highlight that with more than words. I also like to welcome Alfred Smith, as he's going to be our new board's legal counsel. And so I wanted to say, welcome, Mr. Smith. Welcome to SANDAG. We're excited to work with you. And let me go ahead. I'm going to ask for, what I'm going to do next is I'm going to ask Mario to do, do you want to do the member comments now first? Does anybody have member comments? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. Because last month, if you remember, the minutes were messed up relative to attendance, particularly I was left out of attendance on a couple of meetings. So I was wondering if the council would please go over attendance rules and if those are bylaws or board policy rules and what the consequence for non-attendance is. Thank you.
Are you prepared to do that right now? Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Thank you for the question. So the attendance rules are largely addressed somewhat in your rules of procedure and board policy 4, and then also in the bylaws. The requirement for attendance at a meeting for payment of a board stipend is that a board member must be present for half the duration of the meeting. As for attendance requirements, there are no specific metrics that a board member must follow. However, your rules do state that if non-attendance becomes an issue, then a jurisdiction may be asked to reconsider their appointments.
Thank you. I have a follow-up to that. And so the non-attendance, you say become an issue. What does that mean, become an issue?
I apologize. I'm trying to find the specific reference for you, but I'm happy to provide that.
Okay, I'm asking because many of us have noticed the first vice chair hasn't been here consistently throughout his appointment, and also just for everyone on the board to recognize that we do have expectations of attendance, and it's rather insulting when I'm here for hours and hours on Fridays and not recognize when my name is in the voting record. Thank you.
Thank you. With any other member comments? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to remind everybody that Wednesday, October 2nd, MTS and NCTD are offering free rides on California Clean Air Day. So the Coaster, Sprinter, Breeze, and NCTD Plus will all be free. I think that MTS has some free services as well, right?
Yes.
Across all modes?
Yes.
And MTS will have free services across all modes as well.
Seeing no other, I'm going to go ahead and continue on. The next item on our agenda is item 2A and 2B. So the first item is 2A. We're going to start with item 2A, the CEO strategic assessment update and budget amendment from Mario and Melissa. So I'm going to turn it over to Mario.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome. Good morning to all. Over the last 3 months, I've been reviewing all the work structure and operations to make sure that we're set up to deliver in an efficient way, in a prudent manner, with the mandates that this board gives us, as well as we meet our legal responsibilities. As part of the review, you will notice a recurring theme that I will be underscoring. This recurring theme is that the desire to strengthen the trust with you and with the public. This review is one of the steps we're taking as an agency to be efficient and fully transparent to further develop, again, this trust relationship that we need to have. In order to make this work, we require a partnership with the board and the policy advisory committees. So I'm going to briefly state a little bit what we do at SANDAG. Big picture, we plan the transportation system for our community. But we also tackle big discussions on land use, air quality, law enforcement data, and many other items. One thing that is unique to this agency is that we design and build those projects that I mentioned. And then we hand them over to the owner-operators, which is North County Transit, MTS, Caltrans, the cities. So it is imperative in our analysis that we recognize our clients, the owner-operators, and we strengthen the partnership and the needs that this agency has. Caltrans has to enhance the partnership with the transit authorities and with the cities and with the state in order to hand over those projects. But we also do some other things. We preserve and manage about 9,000 acres of sensitive habitats. These sensitive habitats are used for mitigation for our regional projects and for your local projects. This is very important. And we also provide resources, different resources, the Freeway Highway Patrol, the 511 system. We provide the youth opportunity passes. We generate and provide data to the different cities and law enforcement agencies through ARGIS. We do many, many things. And we wear many hats and we have many mandates. We are, for the federal government, the Metropolitan Organization, Planning Organization. This is a federal designation that requires us to develop a regional plan every 4 years and to be within air conformity. If we don't achieve this, no federal funding will be coming to this region, either formula or grants. We are the regional transportation planning agency. For the state, similar for the federal government, in this case, our regional plan has to comply with sustainable community strategies. Again, if we don't meet the targets the state gives us, we are not eligible for state funding. Let it be formula, let it be grant. But we also wear other hats. We're the Council of Governments. This allows this body and this agency to develop every 8 years the regional housing needs assessment. We're a consolidated agency. under Senate Bill 1703. And this is what makes us unique in the state, because the consolidated agency that's named in SB 1703 names SANDAG as the planner, designer, and constructor for transit projects, as well as the partnership codifies the partnership with the state on the highway projects. We are the Regional Transportation Commission. We are the stewards and managers of the Transnet sales tax extension. You all manage ARGIS. ARGIS maintains a criminal justice information database and technology information in real time that provides our law enforcement, both federal, state, and local, critical information for their safety so they can also develop their job adequately. So you, the board, wear many hats. And I, as your CEO, also wear many hats in those designations. So before me, there were three CEOs. Ken Sulzer, who created the foundation of this organization. Gary Gallegos, who took us, transformed us through the 1703 consolidation and made this agency a delivery agency. Hassani Krata, who took us to visualize bigger things. But we're in a pivotal point right now. We should and we need to combine these contributions from the past, and with your direction, the board's direction, we need to launch this agency to the 21st century in a matter with checks and balances. No surprises. Food transparency needs to be brought up to this board. Different issues, good or bad. That's what you have asked. This table is where we have the tough conversations. This board is where we need to focus those discussions. We will bring those tough subjects to you. So how do we get there? We have identified three pillars, three very strong pillars and foundations that we need to focus on. We need to focus on oversight and transparency, leadership and structure, and we really need to focus on the fundamentals, planning and delivery. I tell the team here, back to basics. That's what you all are expecting. Within the three themes that I just mentioned, we have identified currently 6 focus areas that you will see in this exhibit. And I will be discussing each of them as I go through this presentation. From a leadership and structure, we are working and updating our structure. The biggest takeaway of this org chart is that I want to give you as a takeaway is that we have flattened the organization. The pyramid structure is no longer there, and the majority of the departments are reporting directly to me. But also, and very, very important, our chief financial officer and our legal team report to you also. They have the direct access line. You have a direct access line. If they see something that they don't like of what I'm doing, they should contact you. If you have any questions that you want to direct to them, they report to you, the CFO and the legal team. Other things that we've done is this agency has 2 fundamental things that I've mentioned. We plan and we deliver. Our planning department, our planning director will be giving some updates later today, but I want to focus right now on our delivery team. We have created within the delivery team now 3 directors. They're going to focus on the first one, mega projects. The director for mega projects is going to focus on projects like the Los Realignment, Otay Mesa East, and major goods movement projects on the working waterfront. Why these projects? The order of magnitude and complexity of those projects require a substantial amount of coordination and work. I've been mentioning in the last 3 months that we will and we have created a program project management group. This group is going to be focused on reporting the project statuses to you, keeping track of it, managing the risk. Look, back to basics. When you manage a project, you manage scope, cost, and schedule. You approve the scope, you approve the cost. We develop the schedule. If something doesn't balance, one of those three are going to collapse. So PPM has to create those controls, has to bring those controls. A lot of the things that have come out in audits have been contract issues or management issues on delivering projects. We're bringing that back to basics with industry standards. And then we have our engineering department. They will manage the smaller jobs, still very important. There's no priority projects in this agency. Every single project, it's a priority for us. Let it be a $500,000 project or a $1 billion project. Every project has to have the same standards, the same checks and balances. Also, that department will be in charge of something that is very important that has lack. The manuals, the procedures. We lack manuals on design, on project management. Those are the things, and I'll discuss a little bit more later on those checks and balances. But one thing I want to make clear, we're not growing in numbers, these organizations. We're going to repurpose. We're going to check the positions we have, the vacancies that we have, and I'll talk a little bit about the attrition also, that it's high. But the goal is to work within our means and within the budget that you have all provided us. In the near future, I've heard from several of you. I've been trying to meet with each of you individually. I still owe a couple of meetings to some of you, but we're really working hard on creating that dialogue. And what I've heard is you want us to look into the board policies, evaluate them. You want us to bring them, analyze. You just brought up the attendance one. We need to dive into those processes. We will be promoting a facilitated discussion in the near future with this board to go and start revisiting the different board policies. They're your policies. You decide what they are. We're only going to facilitate the discussion, but we have heard you, and we'll be coming back with that. But we also want to have a discussion of how to enhance the Policy Advisory Committee and working groups interaction. We have begun bringing in more project updates to them. It is important that a lot of those technical discussions happen within those policy advisory committees and working groups, so there's bandwidth, there's more time for this board to have the tough policy and financial discussions and decisions that need to be had. This is very important to us to enhance the trust and transparency. We also have heard you, and you brought up once the 125 issue happened, why was this not brought up to our attention before? And again, we are setting a framework where staff, management, and myself will flag those items, and we will bring them as soon as possible to have those discussions with all of you. And I'll bring up in my end some that will be coming up. Again, this is in our effort to enhance trust and transparency. And talking about oversight and transparency, today we welcome the interim counsel. He's external counsel, and he's your counsel. He's not my counsel or the staff counsel. He's here to advise you, to provide you feedback. This is a model that has been used in other agencies. I've discussed it with some of you. We're piloting this today. If the board sees this as an advantage, we can move forward with a procurement to select this type of model and also codify the right job description for our full-time internal counsel. This agency still needs an internal counsel to manage the day-to-day issues right away. Personnel, environmental law, you name it. We do a lot of stuff here. But we really want to try best practices in other areas, taking from your concerns and your desires. Sure. Alfred, Alfred is going to introduce himself at this moment.
Thank you, Mario. I appreciate that. Just wanted to say a few words to introduce myself. Alfred Smith. I'm a senior partner with the Nossaman Law Firm. I've been with Nossaman for 27 years. And I specialize in representing public agencies, as Mario was saying, working directly with boards, supporting the boards, dealing with the Brown Act, the Public Records Act, ethics, conflict of interest, basically the full suite of public agency laws and compliance issues. I serve as the general counsel to several multi-jurisdictional transportation agencies, as well as several multi-jurisdictional water districts. It's the work I very much enjoy doing, and I have a lot of respect for SANDAG and the important public mission that it serves. A fun fact, I graduated from Harvard Law School, and I was in the same class as the most recently appointed United States Supreme Court Justice, Ketanji Brown Jackson. So I thank you all for the opportunity to be here. I'm really excited and just look forward to working with all of you and getting to know you as well.
Thank you, Alfred. So this is part of our effort. We're piloting this program, and we really want to hear from all of you. Now, on oversight and transparency, we have 14 open corrective actions with 252 recommendations. About half have been completed, and the other half are in progress or will be starting. But let me say something. This number is not flattering, but at least one, we have acknowledged, we have taken in, and we're working on incorporating these recommendations. This is very important because my goal is not to be reactive, it's to be proactive. And we need to move forward in just reacting to actions that we're giving, but more than anything, learn from what has been given to us and work ahead, be ahead of the curve. We truly welcome the work that OIPA does, the audit committee does, ITAC does. We want to work and we work with them and we're very reactive. We welcome any other audit or investigation that's happening in this organization. We recently learned that LAFCO is interested in doing a municipal review. We welcome those conversations. We will be coming and reporting more once we have more information on that. But again, the goal is to be proactive, not reactive. How do we get there? Well, like I mentioned, we have to have those guardrails. We have to know where we're going. Again, updating, having you update the board policies with our support as staff. In my case, updating all the administrative policies. I heard very loud and clear for some of you. The other day, talking with Councilmember Duncan, we were talking about the nepotism policies, how we need to work on those ones. The travel policies. What I can tell you is that we will begin a full review on all our administrative policies. I have put a pause on the delegations management has on my behalf until I really understand the decisions that are being made. For now, I'm taking the decisions and not delegating them. That is very important. It adds hours to the day, but that's what you hire me for. When I came to this organization, a couple of former managers came in and told me, you know, the model that we follow here is that you, the CEO, need to go and create relationships and we manage the organization inside. And I told this group, I said, no, I wasn't hired to socialize. I was hired to dive in deep in this organization, steady the ship, gain the trust of the board, and create transparency and accountability. So by updating our policies, both the board's policies, if your desire, and our administrative working policies, we also can start putting in those administrative controls to create those efficiencies. And like I mentioned, also develop those project controls. It is extremely important to me because this is the foundation of how we move forward. So another major culture shift, I would say, or addition is recognizing the tail end. We hand off our projects to the owner-operator, to our clients, the transit agencies, Caltrans, the cities. So if we do not develop projects and plan them in partnership with these agencies and with the public, we are missing the mark. We really need to plan and focus our projects with realistic schedules, with appropriate scopes, with the appropriate outreach done to the public, bringing up in front of you what are the risks. Major projects are not easy to develop, and we will encounter risk, and we need to acknowledge that and put them in front. Have an open portal with the risk register. Why not? That's very important. We need to remember the end user. We need to remember the public. We need to take into consideration our partners, and we need to do basic project development fundamentals. So to wrap up, I'm going to give you some updates, but this is not all our projects. We're working in 200 projects. These are some of the, I wouldn't say priority, but they're big, and there are questions being asked. One that's not here is this downtown stopover that we will be bringing in an update. Mayor Jones, Councilmember Duncan have asked for that. I asked for a little pause so we could meet with MTS. We did meet yesterday with MTS, so we will be bringing an update on that project. And we're happy to answer any questions that you may have on any. But let me talk about a couple of things of what I encountered when I came in and how we're managing the situation. Again, the idea is to live within our means. The office move. We will be moving office. We will be relocating in the spring. And today, Melissa Kolev, our administrative director, will be presenting some budget switches in order to accommodate the office move. But when I came in, there had already been realized a 15-year lease in the new building. We evaluate what were the possibilities. We were basically in the new building, basically by signing the lease. But I came in, and the biggest challenge that I saw almost the first day was employee chaos or concerns. Those concerns is that nobody had talked to our employees. Again, this is a recurring theme that I found, that we don't pause and do the due diligence to talk to the client, the user, or understand the needs that are going to be required, like systems requirement. And I'll talk a little bit about that in another project. So there was a huge concern, and the idea was to, in order to fully sit all the employees, we were going to bench our employees, like you're seated right now, to do their full work. one of the first reaction is we may need to the board for more space. And I said, no, we're going to figure it out. We went and looked at some best practices, and I have to thank our partners at the airport. They had just done their new building. They showed us how they went about it. They showed us how they scoped it out. We took a little bit of their model, and we moved forward by creating more privacy. We cannot have our deputy chief counsel sitting next to somebody else when she's dealing with sensitive information. Or we cannot have Kimberly, our finance director, working with social security numbers for you or me or anybody next to somebody, or other private matters. That was unacceptable. So we went, we looked at how we can work it out, and we went and pivot into a more suitable and traditional office framework. We are working on this project to also look at our alternate schedules so we can stagger our employees and we can make it work. We are, again, scheduling to move in the spring. It's going to be bumpy to move because we're going to be taking a lot of equipment out of here, out of this room, and we'll have to figure out how we continue having the board meetings. But we are back in track. It's still bumpy, but that was one of the challenges that I encountered on this project. Our ERP system. Our ERP system is kind of the same recurring theme. Like I said, we need to consult with all the users, with everybody. Again, we rushed into getting a system, and we didn't totally understand what were the system's requirements. We have, and I have to applaud the team here. The team has done an incredible job to be able to implement the checks and balances that OIPA has requested, and we move forward. But the challenge has been that we weren't totally equipped for this transition, and all the systems requirements were not identified. We are working through this. We did put a pause on launching the payroll modular of the ERP until this coming summer. I think you will appreciate my decision that we do not want to mess up our employees' payrolls. So we are doing parallel payroll systems in order to make sure that the ERP will be able to work appropriately. Kim, correct me if I've said anything wrong. Good. But again, one of the recurring things that I found here was that we rush to check the box. We rush to come and report to the board it's taken care of. And that's been a challenge, because sometimes we have to take our due diligence and our time to understand what the clients, the users, are going to need. Our managed lane system, our regional plan is going to be, and Antoinette will talk more about it later today, but a lot of the basis of the regional plan is based on managed lanes. And managed lanes require a back office. Currently, we're working on the back office for the 125 I-15. It has been very bumpy. You know it better than I do. You've been living it through it before I even came here. But again, that system and that sole source was put out with not having the appropriate systems requirement. There wasn't done all the full diligence. We will be coming to you shortly with a very in-depth update on this system. But this is very important because it's not just about the 125, it's about our entire vision that you generate in the RTP and the implementation of it. But we also have to have some hard discussions about some policies on tolling, about some old uncollectible balances that are still in the books. I just want to put it out there, put it on the table, and we will be coming to have those in-depth discussions on that one. Otay Mesa East, we have had a lot of discussions on OME. I call it a project that is extremely challenging and will give a lot to this community. We're currently under 100% design. We have reached that agreement with the federal government. You gave us the green light to execute the revenue sharing agreement with Mexico, and pending is the federal agreement to begin construction. And what are the funds that are going to be used to pay for the operations and maintenance? You, the board, have also asked us to come back and provide you an update, as well as it lines up with the City of Imperial Beach request to see if the project can assist with some environmental issues, as well as you gave us the direction to begin a working group to deal with that issue and other environmental cross-border issues, which I announced last week that we're in line to get a grant from Caltrans to deal or start creating that working group. Stay tuned, and we will be coming with more updates on that. Now, the regional plan. Why did I not talk about one of our pillars during the org chart? Well, Antoinette is going to be here talking about the regional plan, which is our biggest planning product. But a couple of things that I want to leave you before her presentation. This plan is the first one that takes into consideration post-pandemic data. And it's going to be very important how the outcomes are coming. It also includes all the land use assumptions in the local cities. We heard you that. And Councilman Burkholder, if it doesn't, let me know, because that's what they're telling me. But again, you know, the basis of the RTP that Antoinette will talk, it has a lot of things. It's humongous, but it's balancing the projected incomes of the region with the expenditures in the transportation improvements. And it's focused on increasing rapid service. But in order to increase rapid service, we have to develop the managed lane systems. And we are ratcheting down, meaning making the assumption that we're converting less general purpose lanes into managed lanes, basically taking away lanes to be managed. We are ratcheting down. We're not eliminating, because there are some areas we don't have more space, but she will talk more about that. On the Lausanne, oh my God, we have so many projects going on. Lagoons restorations, the bluffs stabilization, the rail realignment, the events platform. But the huge one is the Lausanne realignment. And this is an example where I want to bring up that it's good to take your time at the beginning so we can save time and money at the end. That's why we are doing the value analysis on the realignment. And we will be coming to you, the board of directors, with the outcome of that value analysis. If there's total consensus in the group, we will bring in the alternatives the group selected. If in the group there is not total consensus, we will bring in the multiple alternatives and we'll let you, the board, decide after we provide you the objective information on it. This is very important. Now, airport to transit connection. First of all, I got several text messages a day or two ago, and I do want to iterate publicly. We are not doing a central mobility hub in this project. We're not working on We are working on connections of transit from the existing transit stations to the airport. But something that we need to have a discussion on this project and others, like the blue line, the purple line, and I'll figure out a couple more, but those are some of the highlights, is that these projects, all of them, are very long lead projects. They're going to take years, decades to plan, develop, entitle, finance, and construct. So we do need to think of interim or short-term solutions also to the demands, because the public has reached us, has told us. We will have Terminal 1 opening up next year. We have to have a conversation how we provide adequate transit connections to Terminal 1 by opening day. I have directed staff to begin those conversations with the airport authority, which has been extremely gracious and open to us, as well as with MTS. And we will come and report to you. Blue line and purple line are the same situation. The team are doing studies on the purple line, seeing their feasibility. The team will come and present the results later this year or next year, beginning of next year. But we also heard from the public. We need to get to our communities. So we will also be looking at some bus transit options during this period. And put it in the balance. I think Mayor White, I think you brought up, and others, why don't we do, what is the benefit analysis? We will begin benefit analysis, a holistic benefit analysis on all our projects or those key projects. We will be coming and discussing that with you also. We truly get it. The purple line, like I said, the same thing. And on the blue line, the same situation. We do want to increase headways. And talking with Sharon from MTS here, she goes, Mario, it's a heavy lift. We need a lot of infrastructure. Or do you want my gates to be down all the time and collapse the traffic in National City and in Chula Vista? Absolutely not, right? We need to figure out those great crossings. They're big, they're complex, they're expensive, they're gonna take a while. So what do? The airport management asked me, Mario, we really need transit also, not just for the people flying out, for our employees. We have a huge employee base that has odd hours, and we need to figure out how we get them to their workplace. And this is just one example. And a good chunk or a good majority of the airport workers are coming from South Bay. That's what we were told. But regardless where they're coming, for the blue line, we need to figure out also a midterm solution, which the RTP looks into a managed lane to provide access for a rapid blue line through transit. Again, partnering with our transit authorities, understanding what they can do and what they cannot do in a short time, what they can sustain. It will be great to provide a project to them, and then they don't have the budget to operate it or maintain it. We do have to have those conversations. Just briefly, State Route 52, the environmental document will be starting. We have Karen Jewell, our partner from Caltrans, as well as Everett here, through the corridor director framework and partnership that we have. They will be starting that environmental document. State Route 78, we have begun providing updates, but this route is really live and moving. We have the environmental document for 1578 managed lane connector close to be finalized, the draft by early mid next year, and then go to circulation. We have funded half of the design of those connectors also. We have begun through our partnership with Caltrans, also the environmental, fully funded the environmental of the 78 middle section and the SR 78 I-5 connectors. Those are long lead projects, but every journey starts with the first step, and the funding has been done on that first phase. And we really need to, we're working also on the design of the I-5 HOB extension from 76 to 78. This will help, especially on the weekend traffic. But we need to strategize jointly how we're going to fund the construction. We are moving forward with the design, but now we need to partner and figure out how do we pay for the construction. SR 67. It's one of the most critical projects that we're working on. How do we get an emergency evacuation route there? Our partners, we have fully funded here at Caltrans the environmental document, and our partners, our Caltrans, are working on it, and we're hoping to finalize that environmental document by 2027. You say, well, you're working just on the environmental document, because you can't design or construct if you don't do this first phase. You plan, you do the environmental document, you design, and you construct. So we need to work in those steps. Back to the basics. Back to the basics. Our BITE program has had a lot of discussion. And let me tell you, we have to improve on the quality of the engineering there. But the challenge there has been, there are projects that are being done in, let's call it, streets that have been there for a long time with a lot of old utilities. This is not an excuse. The changes that we're doing within our delivery department will help us be more accountable. So something that is very important, and to wrap up, this shows you, this map, and it's a live map, shows you on all the projects that we're working. You have the link there for the public, for anybody. You link on it, you hit it, and you have all the financials of those projects. It's an interactive map. But the majority of our projects are affecting the 3.2 million people in our community. We're touching everybody. You, as the board, are touching every member in this region. So this will not be achievable without this partnership. I just want to leave you with one thing. Half of our employees in this agency have been here 4 years or less. That's a staggering piece of information, but it's an incredible opportunity to form an agency that would deliver based on what? Your vision. I've been asked, Mario, what's your vision for SANDAG? I go, my vision is to implement the board of directors' vision. And this journey begins with the first phase. So why don't we begin it now? This is my report for the first 3 months. I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Mario. All right, so first, before I turn over to our members, I just want to say thank you, Mario, for your leadership and focusing SANDAG on its core mission of planning and delivering for our region's constituents. Under your guidance, the agency is prioritizing accountability, transparency, and efficiency, and fostering a strong relationship and partnership with the board and also with our community advocates and community as a whole. I also want to take a moment to commend SANDAG staff and the team for their adaptability and their resilience. There's been a lot of change in the last couple of years, and so thank you for navigating the work that you do and all of the changes that are taking place. So on behalf of the board, I wanted to say thank you to them. And thank you for ensuring that the work continues as we strive to make sure that SANDAG is the premier regional agency delivering for our community. So muchísimas gracias. Thank you for that. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mayor San Marcos. No, I'm going to go ahead and, so what I'm doing is I'm cutting it up because you're going to present to us a budget request, and I think it's only fair that I have the board members respond or have any questions that you may have, that they may have to your report, and then we'll turn it over to do the budget request because the budget request is very specific. So I want to make sure that people are able to ask questions now. So Mayor?
Okay, well, actually, that's good that you brought that up because one of my questions was about 2B. I didn't know if we were going to have a direct.
Yes, we're going to have a whole
discussion.
presentation on it right now, but I want to make sure that they're both in the same because I think the budget amendments are coming as a result of all the work and the assessment that Mario has done. But I want to make sure that you are able to ask him any questions as it relates to his report. And then we're going to go ahead and do the presentation and then we'll take a vote. And we'll take public comment and members and then a vote. Okay.
Perfect. All right. Well, one of the things that I do want to say is thank you very much, Mario, for listening because a lot of the things that I've actually brought up in our time together when we met one-on-one were addressed. And so that actually saves people like me, and I'm sure everyone feels the same way, time and effort. So I do appreciate the transparency. One of the things that I think that the board members should be given is the contact information for both Kimberly and then also for Alfred, so that if we have questions of them, since now we will be able to reach out to them and get answers to questions, that we don't have to bother you with every single request. And then I wanted to say the transparency part of what you're talking about and that we have employees that have been here, most of our employees have been here 4 years or less. That actually is an opportunity, in my opinion, because and you know, this isn't staff. This is definitely nothing against staff, but we have had a leadership issue where it hasn't been that we've really wanted to pay attention to every dollar that we're spending and that we're not wasting money. And I think that having a new staff, that us changing that at the top, and that will trickle down to our employees. And so they can better do their job and not have to waste their time on different projects and going this way and that way and chasing their tail, and being able to spend our money wisely by just focusing and getting things actually done. And that delivery component is really important to me. So I just want to say thank you and really appreciate your thoroughness in your presentation.
Thank you. Don, can you raise your hand? Don is our Chief Financial Officer and Kim
All
works
right,
for
my
her.
apologies.
No,
I
no
don't know why
problem.
I was
We'll
thinking it
send
was
both
Kimberly.
numbers
Yeah.
to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kohler.
Thank you. Thank you, Mario. I very much enjoyed our short time together. I had to run off to another meeting. By the way, I missed it, just so you know. I got there too late. But anyway, I think it's so important that I kind of reflect on what Mayor Jones said, that this is an opportunity for change and for developing that transparency and accountability to the voters and the taxpayers. And I think it's important that you did listen and reflective in your statements today. Obviously, one of the most important things for me and definitely in North County is the new assumptions after COVID and modeling based on those, because I have a world-class staff in my transportation department and I love them and they're wonderful. And so taking advantage of that institutional knowledge, they've worked in other cities in the county. And I think it's really important that SANDAG staff actually has an open ear to our staff, and so that I don't have to continuously come here and say, I-578 interchange, come on, when are we going to do what we promised the voters in 1987? So those kind of things are really important. I did have one just small question. You had identified what you referred to as mega projects and trying to sort of parse out who's going to report based on what projects or what. And I just wondered if there was some dollar figure connected to that, or how did you determine that?
That's a good point. When the corridors were created between Caltrans and SANDAG, it was $1 billion or more. But sometimes there's those not billion-dollar projects, but they're just so complex because of all the agencies and coordination. So the mega projects is of a large scale, Ota Mesa East, the realignment, but also projects that deal with goods movement because it starts bringing in the rail agencies, the ports, and everybody else. So basically it's by magnitude, but also when we look at the complexity of coordination. So that's when we decide.
Okay, sounds like it's a multifaceted approach. And I can so appreciate that as someone that lives in about 7 miles of coastline with Fish and Wildlife, the state, Caltrans, cooperating with Encinitas and other cities in the jurisdiction. So I get the complexity of the things, but I'm open-minded and also sort of refreshing to hear that our voices are being heard. for example, personally did not feel like my voice was being heard in previous leadership. So I appreciate that. So I look forward to the good work that we're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mario. I want to first express, a real sense of not only goodwill, but good management practices that you've reported on, caring about SANDAG's employees, managing the organization well, and bringing about a different kind of thought process and how you address the problems. I do worry a little bit that you want to take on too much all at once at the same time and work too many hours and fall ill. So I hope you take care of yourself as well. So with regards to this approach of letting the board develop its vision, of course, the vision should be the board's vision for SANDAG. But I worry that there's some dysfunctional parts of governance that I've learned in the last few years, even more so, which is most of us are elected officials. All of us are elected officials. And as we are elected officials, our vision is quite limited quite often to the next news cycle, if not the next election. But SANDAG's projects takes 10, 20 years, right, to get done. So consequently, we're asking SANDAG to take care of small problems because that's the immediate issue of our voters today, as opposed to looking at the bigger vision of transportation planning, which takes a vision of 10, 20, 30 years. So with that, I hope, and I wonder if you can, and the SANDAG great planners and great staff, provide us better information, more information as to what will work for our region in the years to come and what is the situation, what has been the situation in the past. Because quite frankly, as I've said before many times on the board, we're going backwards. We're using systems that were developed 20, 30 years ago and thinking they were going to work again. And it's not forward thinking. It is not what other communities throughout the world have used in terms of developing effective transportation systems. And that affects equity, that affects environmental justice, it affects saving people money, whether you're rich, in places where people have a lot of money, like Zurich, rich people take transit. We have the opposite here, right? Places like, whether it's Tokyo, China, Europe, rich and poor take transit because it saves everybody money and it's a better system for the community. And so I hope we can bring in different thinking and different data. What is the cost recovery? And I've said this before, UCLA School of Transportation did a study recently as to why people are not taking their transit system more. It's because our system subsidizes auto traffic more than transit. So if you want more public assistance, you buy a car and you drive. That shouldn't be the system we have. So I hope, and maybe you can answer that, can we get more information so we can encourage this board to work for a better vision 20, 30 years from now? Of course, we're going to have to deal with our immediate problems. We're going to deal with the concerns of the people in Solana Beach and Del Mar as we deal with the realignment of Lausanne corridor. But let's face it, Lausanne corridor is not enough, or it should be a different corridor altogether, maybe, as Member Krantz has brought up. We should be thinking about the high-speed rail and how that's going to connect us. We need to think about going 120 miles an hour. So anyway, I'll end it there because I know.
Yes, I'm trying to keep us on track because I know we have a very tight schedule. So, but I want all of your comments are very important. So I want to make sure let's get all the comments and then you can respond to anything that you feel appropriate. So, are you good?
I'm there. Just help this board, which I won't be on actually next year, but help this board develop the kind of vision that SANDAG is in the business of doing. Not the vision of immediate problems. I mean, we'll take care of those. That's no problem. I mean, that's obviously, but we need a bigger vision. This board needs a better vision than what we've done in the past.
Yep. Councilmember Molina?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mario, for that extensive, robust update. I think we have all been awaiting that, and I'm happy to hear it and receive it now. Boy, you weren't kidding. When you first started, you said you like to get into the weeds of things, and wow, that's exactly, I think, your sweet spot, and I look forward to watching you in action in that. Yes, I agree with Councilmember Shu. What will be adequate in the future? If that's for us to determine right now, that's a very, very big ask of all of us here today. I'm thinking, 20 years ago, the folks that were deciding back then, the freeways and what was happening and what was adequate for public transportation. Well, here today, we're realizing, was that adequate? Was 20 years ago, the decisions made 20 years ago, are they adequate for what is happening here today now? I think that's what we need to consider. If you are asking us for our vision for what will be adequate in the future 20, 50 years from now, those decisions are being made right now. And the last point I want to make is I completely appreciate your report ending with the fact that it is staff members here, the team that makes up SANDAG internally, the staff members. Great consideration is needed for the folks that come to work and are responsible for a lot of the, like you said, back to basics, the fundamentals, the work that we're doing here for what SANDAG is. The staff members do deserve a lot of that attention and consideration. And I just want to point, I like your idea about staggering schedules. I think not only is that helpful if there is limited space in a building, but it's also, allowing people to commute not during rush hour with everybody else. And I just want to point out that I continue to benefit from working remotely during my day job. I work at UCSD, and my office at UCSD allows, I think, 95% of the employees to continue their remote work arrangement. And if that is at all possible and feasible, I think that is the best way to reduce VMT. Thank you.
Vice Chair?
Yes, thank you. And Mario, thank you so much. What a breath of fresh air. I mean, some of my favorite words were fundamentals, back to basics, live within our means, consider the end user, no more rushing, transparency, and board-driven. All these things were really wonderful to hear. I'm very pleased with your management style, your management professionalism and experience from your years working with Caltrans, that you're bringing this to this esteemed organization and making sure that we get back on the right track, because apparently we have not been for a while. And I say that as somebody who's been on the board for a very long time, all the way back to Gallegos, and observed all of that. I have one question that I'd like to be addressed sometime in the future, and that is, we're talking about, we start with design and environmental planning and then building, but where's the mitigation lands coming in? I'm curious now, I haven't heard for quite a while. We used to have banked lands. Do we have enough banked lands for projects that are coming up? I know being in the North County Coastal, the North Coast Corridor Program, we've had some amazing mitigation projects that have enhanced the quality of life in the North County immensely. I benefit almost every day from walking in the lagoon, and the San Diego Lagoon is going to be opening up this next week, which I'll be happy to be at. So I don't know where that stands and would love to hear a little bit more about that.
We can come and provide you an update on our mitigation program. Antoinette, under planning, also has the environmental program. So we can come back and give you a full update on that. And regarding having a vision for the future, I think our job is going to be to provide you that objective information, the different alternatives, and the pluses and minuses of each of those alternatives. And you will see that today on Antoinette's presentation. We're not going to be the most popular people with everybody on everything. Big things, big projects, some people take them one way or another. Our commitment is to bring in the full array of alternatives, the vision moving forward, and how that would impact. So definitely, I hear you loud and clear, both of you council members.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments from my colleagues, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Melissa, Melissa Kofelt, who's going to be presenting item number 2B, and it's the administration budget amendment.
I think Melissa, like I said, is going to be talking about rearranging some areas that we found within the budget to deal with some legal issues and with also the lease extension. Our lease is going to run out in November in this building, and our new building won't be ready until the spring. So we will have to make adjustments. But I think one thing is, if you so desire and we renew the lease here, we are also paring down on the space. We're not renewing the 20th floor. We're starting to consolidate slowly and also start preparing all the IT and different things. But Melissa, you're the expert on this.
Mario, you've done very well. I'm not sure I have much left to say in my presentation, but if perhaps I can just hit the highlights of the remarks and then answer any questions that the board has. For those who don't know, Melissa Kofelt, I'm your Director of Organization Effectiveness. Among the responsibilities that I have is working very closely with Susan and Dawn with managing our administration budget. I also happen to be one of the directors leading our office move project, so working very closely with employees and the director team to advance that project. This morning, I'm here to, as Mario mentioned, to talk to you about an amendment to our administration budget. This is not something that we do very often. But Mario had outlined and has commented about a couple of very important initiatives, activities that are underway, funding for which comes from our administration budget. That budget, of course, is approved as part of the annual program budget each May when we bring that to you. So today, wanted to really underscore that the request is to reallocate existing funds within our admin budget to achieve some of the needs that we've currently identified. The two primary needs were outlined in the board report that starts on, I think it's page 13 of your online agenda packet. And just to review some highlights that were included there. The two primary needs that we're seeking your approval, your consideration in terms of a budget amendment. The first is for additional rent for an extension of our office space lease here at 401B Street. The request is to reallocate approximately $925,000 currently in our contracted services budget and moving that to the rent line within the administration budget. In conjunction with that activity, we would also be looking for board's authorization for the CEO to sign a 5-month lease extension for our space here at 401B Street. Again, the reason for the lease extension, the timeline for our office move project has solidified in the last couple of months. We're looking now to relocate to our new space in late February, early March, and fully vacating our space here at 401B Street by the end of April. Staff have been in contact with the landlord here at 401B Street. They have offered, we've negotiated to continue our lease arrangement at the same terms, so the same rental rate. We've also negotiated with the landlord to vacate a portion of our space. That would be the space that's up on the 20th floor right now, referred to the Vision Lab. And so in taking that action, we would save about $60,000 over the 5-month lease extension. The second need that has been identified is to provide additional resources for on-call legal services. And in this case, this is about $350,000 that we have identified within our IT maintenance and equipment budget, which is part of the admin budget, and again, moving that to contracted services. The need that's been identified here is for services from outside counsel to assist staff with ongoing litigation matters, defending the agency against claims, conducting investigations, and providing other general on-call legal support that is needed from time to time. So in summary, back to the comment that I emphasized up front, this amendment today does not increase the administration budget. This is a recommendation to reallocate, reassign funds from one line item to another line item, if you will. We've looked closely at preparing this recommendation and do want to confirm that this action will not cause any reduction in services. It won't have a negative impact on the agency's ability to perform its internal operations. You may ask why the funds are available. To this point, I can offer to you that when we prepared the admin budget, and this would have been preparing it back in December, January of this year, we estimated funds for the office move project. Since the plans have come together with that project, we have identified that some of the costs that we had planned for, as we've gone out to bid on some of these costs, they haven't come in as high as we had estimated. And so we had budgeted the funds, but we don't need the level of funding that had been budgeted for. That is what's creating the savings and the ability to reallocate the funds and stay within the admin budget. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have on this topic, but thank you for the opportunity to present this morning.
Thank you. I have Mayor Jones.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just had one question, and now with your presentation, it sounds like maybe it doesn't cover it. But when the legal fees, I was wondering if those actually cover our outside legal counsel, Alfred. I wasn't sure. But now it seems like maybe it isn't, but I would like to have that clarified if possible.
Correct. The budget amendment that is before you on this item does not include the outside counsel services that the board has sought recently.
Okay, so maybe give us an update at some point in time as to where that money's coming from.
Yeah,
and how much we project that to be.
We just as some information, the guardrails that we have also, it's coming from another part of the budget, but we cannot, the savings, let's say that we're achieving right now, not having a chief counsel, we couldn't totally redirect it carte blanche. So Melissa has been doing and working with Amberlin on the budget, on their own legal budget that they have. But we have had more legal needs than usual. And this is what's bringing that situation, not the external counsel.
Got it. Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other member comments, I'm going to turn it over to the public for comments.
Thank you, Chair. I have 5 public commenters on this item. Truth, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Catherine Rhodes.
Hi, Catherine Rhodes. May I start? Wonderful. Thank goodness we're getting a new legal person. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited. I believe the other legal person gave you such bad legal advice all the time, specifically for the airport authority. And of course, the airport authority is so kind to you because they've been hoarding our money, the money that belongs to SANDAG for transit. So I would love to meet with you and show you the legal evidence of what's happening. So for the audit, I said there was a lack of fault investigation due diligence for SANDAG's bus stop over new headquarters. And so they're redoing it again. When I first came here, people used to say the regional plan can only do circulation transportation. And I said, no, you have to do all of the general plan elements, including circulation, transportation, land use, housing, safety, air quality, environmental justice, noise, safety, conservation, and open space. And here, right here is the FAA January 12, 2020.
Your time has expired. Truth?
How much work can SANDAG get done with 42-minute Mario monologues? I'm curious. Gary was corrupt and allowed missing records. Hassan was corrupt and brought bloated spending. Nothing they did should be consolidated, needs to be trashed. You really want a new, fresh start? Do it. I'm going to wish Mario good luck because I'm concerned he's trying to wear too many regional dunce caps. He's not even arena expert yet. And for focus on fundamentals, abide by the transit ordinance. Stop rendering people's votes useless. There's a difference between can't and won't fulfill obligations. And you need to maintain a non-toxic environment everywhere. That's why there's 462,000 for lawyers, outside counsel, and legal services because SANDAG fails at fundamentals. There's 80 million just to fill jobs, 75,000 wasted on racist DEI, 86,000 for meetings, and 64,000 in hypocritical GHG emitting travel. Notice that SANDAG's area of focus circles like a donut missing a core depth. So what is SANDAG? Highway robbery, no brakes on spending, fast track to debt, and speed bumps to success. So I hope Mario can turn it around. I'm very doubtful, but you guys seem very hopeful, so I will.
Your time has expired. Consuelo, please come to the podium. And I did have 2 additional hands raised for a total of 4 more public commenters after this.
Okay, I too will keep it civil, like the Civil War. Great lip service for Mario, but again, why does SANDAG even exist? Why do we continue believing in the ones who claim they represent the people? As we've recently seen what happened in Poway and in so many of these city councils and other governmental meetings throughout the county, these reps no longer represent the people. They don't. The system itself is a big fat failure. That's the only constant. This government system will continue to fail, but the extraordinary people will prevail. SANDAG claims they need to remember the public, yet their actions say the priority is the UN, the United Nations Agenda 21. Nora just got back from there. And yeah, what the public actually needs is less government, less corruption, less manipulation, more accountability, more real public participation. Please encourage your constituents to come be a part of seeing what is not happening. They claim they want what's best for the county.
And your time expired. Our next commenter, phone number 672, please go ahead. You are self-muted. I'll go ahead and go on to the next commenter. The original draw, please go ahead.
Yeah, you guys can sit there and talk for, eons about things that, to profess that you're going to, want to have and strengthen the trust with the public. It's all just words. It means nothing because of this dysfunctional board is not set out to do what's best for the people. You're actually set out to, like Consuelo said, bring in the United Nations agenda. So therefore, you don't even care what the people say, as you can tell when you silence them down to 1 minute while you guys go off on your diatribes and act like, oh, we're doing so much. It's just words. It's shown by the fruits of your labor what you're actually really up to, which isn't to make things better. It's to enslave the people and make sure that they can't get around. Because if you really cared about that, you wouldn't have a bunch of litigation, number one. And number two, you would actually be doing things that would make it easier for the people, not bringing in things that are going to make it harder for the people to travel, which is a right of the people at any time.
And your time expired. Our next commenter, Blair Beekman, please go ahead.
Hi, Blair Beekman. I have heard our new CEO he speaks often at our public meetings and he's often attending, but he doesn't speak all that much. I think this was the longest I've heard him speak today, and I was very, very impressed. He wants to address the future of SANDAG in terms of accountability and clarity and openness and best practices. That's awesome. And we need to hold them accountable to that. We need to hold them to that. And I think we can. The work I do with tech accountability can be a great friend and help in that process. It can give you guidelines and instructions of what oversight could really be for our future. And public oversight, where we're all invited to the process. We can be addressing the UN with those sort of good practices, believe it or not. Something's really hopeful what we're doing right now. Good luck what we can do together. Thanks a lot.
And our final commenter on this item, Paul the Bull, please go ahead. You're self-muted.
Hi, Paul LeBeau. Let's say, first, the budget amendment. With the number of potential guilty parties under investigation, I'm not surprised that more money is needed for legal. On the speech, I'm glad to see there was no more happy talk. However, we need trust now, we don't need to plan and delay and delay. We don't want any more hats, by the way, or taxes. It's a bit late to bring SANDAG into the 21st century. And by the way, your public outreach sucks. East County is pretty much excluded. Good luck on improving.
And that concludes the public comments.
Thank you. Seeing no other board member comments, I'm happy to make a motion to move this item forward. Second, okay, thank you. Because we have Vice Mayor Gastelum, are you you don't have any comments? I didn't see your hand, so I just want to double check.
I have no comments. Thank you for checking.
Deputy Mayor, not Vice Mayor, I apologize. Every council has a different title, so my apologies. All right, with that, I'm going to turn it over to the clerk for a roll call.
Carlsbad, Councilmember Burkholder.
Burkholder, yes.
Chula Vista, Councilmember Chavez.
Chula Vista, yes.
Coronado, Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
County of San Diego, Chairwoman Vargas. Del Mar, Deputy Mayor Gasterland.
Yes.
El Cajon, Mayor Wells.
Yes.
Encinitas, Mayor Kranz.
Yes.
Escondido, Mayor White.
Yes.
Imperial Beach, Councilmember McKay.
Yes.
La Mesa, Councilmember Shu.
Yes.
Lemon Grove, Mayor Vasquez.
Yes.
National City, Councilmember Molina.
Yes.
Oceanside is absent. Poway, Mayor Voss. City of San Diego, Councilmember Campillo.
Yes.
San Marcos, Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Santee, Councilmember Hall.
Yes.
Solana Beach, Second Vice Chair Hebner.
Yes.
And Vista, Councilmember O'Donnell.
Yes.
And that concludes the roll call vote. I need several clickers still. Carlsbad, the county, El Cajon.
Sorry, for clarification, you need us to do both the clicker and also, okay,
Yes.
I just want to double check. I didn't know that.
National City and Oceanside. Oh, and Oceanside is absent. Thank you. And that motion does pass unanimously with those members present.
Thank you. All right, next item on the agenda is our consent calendar. I'm going to go ahead and ask our clerk to go ahead and open up for public comment, and then we'll look at member comments.
For the consent agenda, this is items 3 to 11. Truth, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Mary Davis. Please announce the items that you'll be speaking on.
Well, think about it. Item 3, Nora was 9 minutes late. Item 4, Ray got $50,000 in severance without any public appreciation. Yes to $120,000 for an independent assessment of the finance department. Bad Cammy for having some fraudulent charges. SANDAG's wasted $100,000 in racist DEI, $1,000 on a regional planning retreat, $4,744 on Lausanne Political Theater in Del Mar, $1,479 to meet at the WSP offices for the OME toll. Seems like a conflict of interest. Why is the Tribal Summit missing the cost? Purchase card spending, $129,891. Public meetings, $5,819. Mystery spending, $10,359. That's $135,710 in 3 months, not including Tribal Summit. Item 6, the project phases don't have people's input at the beginning or at the end. Item 9, SANDAG's answer to Peter Kang's question about MTS having a deficit is deficient. Item 10, Uptown's actual input was disregarded for all of these $30 million Todd pet projects, and SANDAG's engineers were way off in their estimates, as always. Item 11, no one in El Cajon is going to use
And your time expired. I have a total of 7 remaining commenters on this item. Mary Davis, you will be followed by Mark.
Hi, Mary Davis for item 10. Just real quickly, when I saw the cost of this, I was shocked. This is exactly what is wrong with government. I mean, you are kind of like the local version of the bullet train nonsense, right? That the money that is being thrown at this and for these bike lanes to cost what they do, something is vastly wrong with this agency. Also, I continue to see, and I have great hopes for change under Mario, but this is an agency that runs itself and lets the board pretend they're in charge. And I want to see that reversed. I want to see respect for the board and the decisions they make, for you to rein the spending in and show good stewardship, because what we're seeing is not adequate, and there is always an opportunity cost for money. What is $3 million for a bike lane could actually be going towards the sewage mitigation or something like that. And I do advocate for the mitigation for Imperial Beach and San Isidro, as well as 78. Thank you.
Mark, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Catherine Rhodes and then Consuelo.
Mario's vision for the future is a totalitarian global governance, literally. And you see this in every tyrannical government. They limit movement. You know, some of the ideas here, like a high-speed rail, wouldn't be a bad idea, except the way you guys are going to do it is going to cost way too much money and profit the wrong people just infinitely. And of course, the goal is to stop individual transportation. So these are all UN goals, getting rid of people's good weapons and having a rail system or community transportation where basically if someone wants to protest like they are in Europe right now, you guys are aiming to be like Europe, where the people are getting shot with rubber bullets and tear gas, and the government does nothing to help them, France and such. But if you've got AI, it'll just shut off. In 1 millisecond, it'll know everybody is trying to go to this place to protest. They won't have good weapons, and it'll just shut that rail system down today.
Your time expired. Catherine Rhodes, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Consuelo and then Gary Trussell.
Hello, I'm talking about item 7, the master agreement for state-funded projects with Caltrans. We still don't have the bridge flyover from the Interstate 5 to the rental car service that was approved by the California Coastal Commission, I don't know, 10 years ago. And the airport authority is trying to say, oh, we can't spend money outside of the airport when they can. They lied to you. And so hopefully your new attorney will actually look at the information and see that you guys are rich. You can use all the airport money for all your stuff. And of course, that's why the airport's all so nice to you, because they've been hoarding the cash. So anyway, one of the things that I want you to do is to get a new agreement between Caltrans, the Airport Authority, SANDAG, the city and the county for the airport connectivity project. Because right now the airport authority says only they can go to the LA airport district officer to get approval for projects, and they refuse to approve any of your projects. That's why.
Thank you. Your time expired. Consuelo, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Gary Trussell, and then with one additional hand raised, there'll be 3 virtual commenters after Gary.
Okay, so I'm going to help SANDAG be more transparent, and also Nora. This is in fact what it's about. This is what it is about. The UN Agenda 21. Broken record. And as I wanted to say before, but I didn't get to finish because you guys truly don't care about the public's input. 60 seconds is a joke. They claim they want the best for the county and the climate. Then they must keep this in mind. When spending our hard-earned tax dollars, when one single person suffers in our county, on the planet, we all suffer. Everything is connected, everything. In short, all efforts are failed attempts if we continue ignoring the people instead of paying attention to infrastructure and profits.
Gary Trussell, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Blair Beekman.
Hello, thank you, and I appreciate your time this morning to address the Uptown Eastern Bikeways and give us the opportunity to actually award this contract and move this project forward. It's many years in the making. The community has been waiting for this public gathering place in addition to the bike lanes. And we, as your partner, have contributed and allocated $6 million to this project. So please accept the city's money, approve this, and award the contract. Thank you very much.
Our next commenter, Blair Beekman, please go ahead.
Hi, Blair Beekman. I've heard, at the recent UN speeches that, they're really talking about reform issues. They're talking about inviting the global South more, how women can be more involved with the process, and what I think is more of a public participation process. How can everyday public be involved with the future of the UN? Something's hopeful, something's positive. What can we do at the local level to help develop accountability? You'll be dealing with practices on consent item about the future of Hillcrest bike issues. Is that, for all the Vision Zero and surveillance tech involved, are those practices open, accountable, good policies? Are they clear with the public what the tech will be doing? That's building transparency, and that's building positive sustainability, which is the future of Vision Zero and all of our good stuff for local communities. You build openness and transparency and talk with the public and create trust. That's building our future. That's building peace, not war. Good luck in those efforts.
Again, your time expired. The original draw, you will be followed by the final commenter, Paul the Bolt. Please go ahead.
They don't want to hear from the public. They don't want to do anything that's good for the public. In fact, the United Nations redefined what a woman is. So it's like, why do we need, people coming in that are implementing things that have nothing to do with helping people? It all has to do with enslaving the people, and we're paying for it. Everything you're engaged in is fraud, waste, and abuse. You take and you spend the people's money like it's your money, and you don't do anything to make things better. You, in fact, neglect the things that need to be taken care of so that people actually suffer, and then they lose everything because of your negligence. And then we have to spend more money of the people's by all the litigation that comes forward for that. If you just did what you were supposed to do, which is not what you're doing, and you're not accountable or trustworthy, especially when the only reason things come forward is because the press exposes it. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh my gosh, we better do something about this so it looks like people can trust us and there is accountability. There still should be accountability for all of the fraud, waste, and abuse that's taken place of the people who are now gone and retired.
And your time expired. Our final commenter, Paul the Bolt, please go ahead.
Number 11, policy stuff. We warned you that Renewing Life was not the right company to handle SANDAG disabled person transportation. It's a pity that MTS can't handle it either. Hopefully one of the other companies you listed as candidates for this can handle it. Transportation for the disabled is too important, and an alternative provider should have already been chosen. Not sure why the Department of Industrial Relations is investing the downtown bikeways, but perhaps it realized how unsafe these damn lanes are. I'm sure it's wise to keep the project open, which would mean holding possibly unneeded funds, which could be used elsewhere. Los Angeles, number 6, the quarterly project. Everything within 100 yards of the sea is going underwater, but let's keep the tracks as close as we can.
Your time expired, and that concludes the public comments.
Okay, Councilmember McColder.
Thank you, Chair. I don't wish to pull anything, but I do have a couple questions on item 10.
Go ahead.
One of the things we did, thank you so much for the supplemental breaking this down between the City of San Diego reimbursement and SANDAG portion. Just for the record, I'm suggesting that this also assumes the units in thousands of dollars as it does in the staff report. That's not indicated on the supplemental we received this morning. So just for clarification. Yes.
Could you ask the question? I didn't pick it up.
Sure. In the staff report, the chart says this is in thousands of dollars. In the supplemental we received this morning, it doesn't say the units, so I just want that for the record.
No, that's correct. That we put it in, it's times 1,000. So
Perfect.
No.
So I think that it's great to have the breakdown between the project and the city of San Diego, and thank you, San Diego, for your contributions to this. My question would be, what are the actual costs of the 1.1 mile bikeway? Because we're going to be doing more of those, and if I look at these numbers and based on the staff report, it's estimated to be way over $3 million. So I'm just curious if anyone has an actual number on that.
I think the team will address, but I think where I want to come in here, and we discussed it before, and on my presentation, I did mention that we have areas of opportunity within the bike program. Each of these bike projects are so unique. Some of them have many more utilities. Some of them have coordinations in building parks or other improvements, and it adds to the total price tag. So it will be hard to put in a per mile, only if we're thinking about the actual payment, but I'll let the team address this.
Thank you, Mario. And the team, while that is the question before you, I also question the three bidders, Griffith Company, Dick Miller, Reyes, and Nationwide, because I'm wondering if any due diligence was done to see have they built bike lanes of a mile or more, and what were they charging for that? Because when you lump in a bike lane with another project, the taxpayers don't have any idea how much they're paying per mile for a bike lane. So I think it's really important that we are transparent in that. And I do appreciate your comments earlier that, yes, this is an opportunity for improvement. Thank you, Mario. And thank you, staff.
Yes, good morning, members of the board. First, if you don't mind, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm your new Director of Engineering and Construction. I've been on board for a couple of months now, and as I get familiar with all the projects, I apologize in advance if I don't have all the information that you're requesting, but I did bring Omar, who was an acting director and has been involved in the bike project for a long time. With regards to this project, Mario's correct. It's a combination of the city and SANDAG, a bike project and promenade, and it's really a complex project, and the bids reflect the complexity of the project. As far as the funding for the specifically for the bike project, as it compares to other bike projects, Omar, do you want to address that?
Yeah, we did a presentation back in July that talked about some of the cost increases, and we're certainly sensitive to being prudent with our dollars. This project, in terms of the breakdown, just looking at the numbers here, the SANDAG portion, to your question, is approximately 10.3 million. The city's portion is about 17.1 million. Part of the efficiencies that we get with doing the project with the city of San Diego is that we only impact the community once. We share resources. It's a lot more efficient to partner with the city and just go in and do it once, as opposed to doing it sequentially, where we'll be out there longer. You'll be paying for more construction management and staff support services. So combining the efforts kind of goes and sort of does it at one time.
And with regards to the companies that bid, part of the process and the structure that I'm looking at for my department is just that, right? What are the metrics that we're awarding this contract to? What are the methods that we're estimating these projects? So it's a work in progress. And by the way, we're restructuring as well inside our engineering and construction to do just that, set the framework, set the policies, set the guidance for estimating and implementing these projects. So specifically for this project, for the three bidders, do you have any information on that, Omar?
I don't. I have. It's in the board report. The bids were relatively close in terms of the cost to perform the work. I think that some of the other things that we've seen is that there's some items in there that were specific to the promenade that may be perceived as a little risky. So we may see some risk priced into the bids, but generally the bids were pretty close to each other. So in terms of the estimates, we feel like they were competitive, and the lowest responsive bid was the appropriate action to award.
I so appreciate it. I have to be careful how I almost feel like the answer was it's a complex project and the complexities of it are complex. So here's the thing. You guys are great. Okay, I'm not getting on to you by any means. If I asked my staff in the city of Carlsbad, how much did it cost to build this 1 mile bike lane, they would have an answer for me.
Mhm.
So that's all I'm asking. So if you could keep that at, top of mind, sort of moving forward, that would be helpful, I think, to add to the transparency. And to be clear, wasn't asking about the lowest qualified bidder. I was asking about their history of performing such construction projects.
And if you don't mind,
Mr. Cortez, give me a second. So maybe part of the conversation is that as these processes are taking place with the selection, that we're clear about what when we're presenting to the board, it might be what I'm hearing, and tell me if I'm heading in the right direction, just so that we can move forward and all be on the same page, so that when we're presenting whoever the contractor is that we pick, that we also provide the background as to the why, right? Why, what have they done? What have they, how have they, why were they the ones that actually are the most adequate? And do they, because give me a second, because what we have found, and this is, has been my experience too, that sometimes we have folks who are that we contract that we end up coming back and saying, well, they actually have never done this before, and and we're the first people that they are piloting with. And so I think that if we're making it a common practice that moving forward, we are also sharing a little bit of the background of the folks that we are under the realm of whatever is appropriate in the
Ellie,
legalities.
do you want to mention just how we vet our contractors and their qualifications?
Yes, I will. Thank you.
Wait, hold on one second. Hold on one second.
It really isn't about that.
Yeah.
For me, it's not about that. All I'm saying is, I know a little bit about building parking structures. You can pay $15,000 a stall or $30,000 a stall. It doesn't really matter. I think in the spirit of transparency, we should know what that number is. And that doesn't have anything to do necessarily. I mean, I think your point is great. I love the idea of knowing why and what experience those people have. But I also don't want us to get in the weeds on that. I mean, I'm a numbers person about this. It's taxpayer dollars. I think that's important. I trust staff to vet and award the contract to the lowest responsible bidder. That makes sense to me. But I think taxpayers need to know where the money is going, and that's all. If it costs $13 million a mile, that's what it costs. But if we can do it for $5 million, why wouldn't we?
Okay.
Thank you.
we could get you the
Thank you,
information.
Kelly. I wasn't not trying to make you do a whole explanation for something.
Councilmember Shu?
Sure. This item came up in the Transportation Committee as well. So Councilmember, I just wanted to let you know it was something that we looked into. We asked a lot of questions. One of the issues is that when we build a bike lane, actually, since we're building in places that are older streets that were never built for bikes, that much of the cost has to do with everything from storm drains to protecting bicyclists from cars.
And again, I am not asking about the minutia of how the thing, I'm asking what time it is, not how the watch was built.
I think we're good. We're good.
Sure. So I
he's
think
just
we're
making a
good.
comment about
But I just want to let you know this was something without. The other thing is the benefits of whatever we've invested in bike lanes are huge with regards to increasing not only bike use but pedestrian use and reduction of BMT. So I think what little we do spend on building additional bike lanes have benefits across the board. But I do appreciate the question and being more scrutinous about these contracts.
Councilmember will be sending you the per mile cost.
Thanks. Hopefully everybody else on the board will receive that too.
Yeah.
Of course.
Mayor Jones?
Sorry, I asked that I was going to ask a clarifying question, and I think rather than board members spending time schooling other board members, I think staff should, and I've asked for this in the past, just having the cost breakdown and the complexities, because if it's a road that doesn't need any extra work, it'd be good to know that. Or if these are the complexities and the things that we're dealing with, I think just having it broken down like that would make it easier for us to understand.
100%. I also want to encourage board members that when you get your packets, if there's something that you think is missing, that you also have the opportunity to ask for that request from staff, because they're always going to be available. And that way, by the time they get here to this board meeting, we're prepared and you can get the information that you need. That's another way to also be efficient.
Chair, just
You got it.
Thank you. I looked at the supplemental and it wasn't on there. That's why I wanted to bring it up. Thank you.
You got it. All right, seeing no other, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
And Chairwoman, I'll be calling the roll call vote. Carlsbad, Councilmember Burkholder. Chula Vista, Councilmember Chavez.
Chula Vista, yes.
Coronado, Councilmember Duncan.
Duncan for Coronado, yes.
County of San Diego, Chairwoman Vargas.
Vargas, yes.
Del Mar, Deputy Mayor Gasterland.
Del Mar, yes.
El Cajon, Mayor Wells. Encinitas, Mayor Kranz.
Yes.
Escondido, Mayor White.
Yes.
Imperial Beach, Councilmember McKay.
Mayor Pro Tem, yes.
La Mesa, Councilmember Shu.
Mesa, yes.
Lemon Grove, Mayor Vasquez.
Yes.
National City, Councilmember Molina.
Yes.
Oceanside is absent. Poway, Mayor Voss.
Yep.
City of San Diego, Councilmember Campillo.
Yes.
San Marcos, Mayor Jones.
Jones, yes.
Santee, Councilmember Hall.
Yes.
Solana Beach, Second Vice Chair Hebner. And Vista, Councilmember O'Donnell.
Yes.
And the San Diego, Councilmember Campillo. And we need El Cajon and Carlsbad on the clickers.
Very good. Thank you.
I think Carlsbad stepped out. She did do the, yes, we'll correct the slide to make her vote a yes, and that motion passes unanimously with those members present.
Okay, great. Our next item on the agenda is item number 12, or the regional plan update. I'm going to turn it over to Mario to present the team.
Hi, again, Antoinette and her team will be presenting the RTP. This is a presentation information to generate those discussions. You know, everything starts with the first step, like I've said. I mentioned in my update some of the main highlights that Antoinette will be, or bases that she's using for the RTP. So I'll pass it on. One other thing is, the RTP team is grabbing a snapshot of what's right now in reality or has been assumed in past regional plans. We did get some questions on 125. That's going to be a broad discussion, and decisions will have to be made by the board. And once those decisions eventually are made, they will be incorporated in the RTP in an amendment or whatever. So anyway, I just wanted to put it out there that this is a snapshot of where we are right now. Antoinette, take it over.
All right, good morning. I'm Antoinette Meyer, your planning director. And then joining me today is a new face at the board. This is Bhargav Sana, who is the manager of our regional transportation models here at SANDAG. And this is his first presentation to the board. So it's been a while since we've had an update on the 2025 regional plan. The last time I was here was back in February when I presented an initial transportation network. And at the time I said we were going to go test that in the model, to have some more technical conversations with all of your staff and the operators, and then come back to you with the outcomes, the results, and any suggested revisions that we had to that transportation network. So that's what we're here to do today. Bhargav is joining me because there's always a lot of questions about the mysterious modeling process. What goes into the model? What comes out of the model? What are we required to test in the transportation model? So we'll clarify a little bit of that for you today as well. So just a very quick recap on what the regional plan is and why it's so important for this agency. As the MPO, you learned earlier, and the Regional Transportation Planning Agency, we are required to produce the regional plan, and we're required to update it every 4 years. We talk a lot about transportation projects, and the RTP, the Regional Transportation Plan, is one component of the regional plan, but the regional plan is actually 3 required planning documents. So it's the federal RTP, the state regional comprehensive plan, which requires us to look at land use, the environment, climate, and then it is the sustainable communities strategy, and that's also required by the state. There's a lot of laws. We've talked a lot about those that govern regional plan development and that we have to comply with in order to get the plan approved. But getting the plan approved is very important because that is the basis for federal and state funding, not only for SANDAG, but for every agency in the region that relies on federal and state funding. And then the regional plan is not just projects, it's programs, it's policies. We also are required to develop a financial strategy that's fiscally constrained when we submit it to the regulatory agencies for approval. Okay, so there's a lot of laws and requirements. We won't get into every single one of them, but they generally fall into these categories or these buckets. There are both state and federal laws around equity, but they're all really trying to accomplish the same thing, and that's that we reduce pollution, we improve air quality, and we provide more transportation options for disadvantaged communities. We have to develop a public involvement plan that shows how we'll reach out to those communities and get their input. And we're required to do a social equity analysis. And in that analysis, we look at seniors, we look at minorities, and we look at low-income populations. Air quality, that is federal law, and we're considered a non-conforming region. So that means that the air quality in our region is worse than federal standards, and we have to do additional analysis and modeling. You'll hear a little bit more about that from Bhargav to show how we are not worsening air quality in the region with the investments that we propose in the regional plan. And then last but not least, the one that we spend a lot of time talking about with the board and as an agency, and the law that keeps a lot of us planners up at night, is Senate Bill 375. And that's the law that the state adopted in 2008. The Sustainable Communities Strategy requires us to demonstrate how the plan will achieve a per capita, so a per person reduction in greenhouse gas emissions and vehicle miles traveled by 2035, and that's based on 2005 levels. So our current target that is set by the California Air Resources Board is a 19% per capita reduction in vehicle miles traveled. Well, the laws around greenhouse gas emissions, I've shared with you in the past that we actually don't get to take credit for vehicles becoming cleaner. So we don't get to take credit for zero emission vehicles in the plan. You'll see that we have to actually analyze the plan using an old version of the model that doesn't allow us to take credit for electric vehicles or cleaner vehicles. So essentially, the plan has to reduce vehicle miles traveled quite a lot by 2035. So all last year, we did a lot of work with you. You said you wanted to be much more involved in the regional planning process to really understand what goes into it, how we put it together. So we did 7 workshops that were really focused on different core components of the regional plan. We also went out into the community. We held workshops around the region. We did one-on-one work and workshops with your staff, with the transit operators. We met monthly. Caltrans, we met monthly. We did engagement both online and in person. So there was a lot of feedback and input that we got on this plan, and that helped to inform the initial concept that we brought to you. And as you might imagine, there's a lot of diverse feedback and opinions. People want a lot of different things in the region, very much like the board when we hear the different things that you all are looking for in the regional plan. So it's really a balancing act, putting together a plan that meets the feedback and accomplishes everything that you want it to, that also meets the laws, and that we can demonstrate that we have funding to implement over the life of the plan, so between now and 2050. So this mess is the initial concept that we brought to you. Don't try to figure anything out in here. You have the details in your staff reports today, but this was the initial concept that we brought to you back in January. And it looks like it's a little bit hard to see, but the solid lines are the projects that we expect to build by 2035. So we just look at 2 timeframes. Remember, we don't do detailed project phasing at the regional plan level. It's what we can build by 2035, and that's to demonstrate to the state that we'll meet our target, and then everything else is in the later part of the plan, 2036 to 2050. That's the dotted lines in there. And then those kind of hatched pink areas, those are all of the flexible fleet and microtransit areas. And we heard a lot from you about your desire to see more of those, and you'll see that we've got quite a few of those in the regional plan. But as I mentioned, the regional plan is not just transportation. We also have to put together a land use pattern, and we have to demonstrate that our land use pattern really connects our transit investments and land use together, that we're not sprawling and creating more VMT. And I'm really happy to say we worked very closely for a number of months with your staff. And I know it was important to all of you that we have a land use pattern that's consistent with your general plans and your housing elements, and we have achieved that. So the SCS land use is identical really to all of your plans this time. I wanted to show that we're also achieving our state target here to connect land use and transportation. These areas are the areas that we used to call mobility hubs in the 2021 plan. And this is where 79% of the growth is expected to be in the region, over the life of the plan. So it demonstrates to the state that we've got that sustainable land use pattern in the region. And the plan is also policies and programs, as we've talked about. This is where we cover things like the Youth Opportunity Pass program and expanding that in the future. The Environmental Mitigation Program, Mayor Huebner, that you mentioned earlier, is covered in here. And we do have funding for that program into the future, expanding that program into the future. Our clean transportation programs, there's a lot of grant funding that goes to the local jurisdictions for housing and smart growth incentive programs. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail because we had a conversation on these earlier and not much has changed, but Councilmember Shu asked that I address health specifically in this presentation because that is a new policy area in this plan. It was introduced because this board adopted a resolution directing staff to make health a priority in the regional plan. And Councilmember Shu asked me to talk about how we are accomplishing that. And health is not just one thing in the plan. There are a number of programs and projects and investments that we're making that both improve air quality and increase physical activity. I've highlighted a few on this slide to demonstrate that, but we have a lot of investments in clean transportation in the plan. So transitioning to zero emission vehicles and supporting that with charging infrastructure. Sustainable freight projects. We've shared with our transportation committee our sustainable freight strategy, and there's a lot of funding to support those projects in the plan. And of course, the active transportation network, and that's both your active transportation projects and regional projects in the plan. So all of these things combined address health. So last time that I was here, I said we were going to take all of that and model it. And so we could see if we met our requirements for air quality and for SB 375. And I'm very happy to announce that it looks like we will. We are very close. It's very close, but it looks like we'll be able to achieve it. We can't say with 100% certainty at this point, because we submitted our technical methodology to CARB back in April. And that technical methodology describes everything that goes into the model, how the model operates, and they have to approve that. They didn't get comments back to us until a couple of weeks ago, and there were 12 pages of comments. And so we're working on addressing those comments with them now, but we feel pretty comfortable and confident that we'll be able to do that and continue to meet the SB 375 targets. So I think that's very good news. One of the main reasons for that is the data that Mario talked about in his presentation. So we collected post-pandemic data. You'll see we did a number of surveys to understand how people are moving around the region currently, and people are still driving less. So whether that's because of teleworking and working from home, or people are using other modes of transportation, people are driving less. So our VMT is down in the region, and that benefited us in this plan. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Bhargav so he can talk to you a little bit about what goes into the model and what comes out.
Thank you, Antoinette. Good morning, board members. The modeling team took the initial concept network, the Sustainable Community Strategy, or SCS land use, put that together with the policies and programs, and input all of that into SANDAG's regional transportation model called the ABM. ABM stands for Activity-Based Model and is an essential tool to quantify emissions and demonstrate that we are meeting both state and federal requirements. The ABM predicts traffic volumes and speeds on the road network that are primary inputs to another tool called emission factors, or MFAC, which then predicts the levels of various pollutants. For the state requirement, SB 375, the per capita GHG reduction is based on passenger travel only, whereas for the federal air quality requirements, all vehicles, including heavy trucks, are considered. The SANDAG ABM is a very sophisticated travel demand model and requires significant effort to update and maintain. So in addition, we are conducting external peer reviews to ensure the validity of the modeling assumptions and the results. And as Antoinette just mentioned, we have to undergo a review process from CARB, which is looking into all the assumptions and the inner workings of the model, and that is what is currently underway. CARB recommends that we do not share model results publicly until this process is concluded. Let's take a minute to understand the ABM. Why is it called the activity-based model? Because it works on the principle that travel demand is derived from the need to pursue activities. Here is an example of a typical daily activity pattern a person might pursue. They start from home drive to their workplace. While at work, they might walk out and get some lunch, and on their drive back to home, they might stop for groceries. So the activity-based model is predicting what kinds of activities are pursued by all people in the region, where these activities are pursued, at what times, and then perhaps most importantly, what are the modes that are being used to get to these activities? So how does it do that? How does it predict all of these? The activity-based model has several sets of equations that replicate human travel behavior. What they take in as inputs are travel times and costs to go from one part of the region to another. And in addition, they take inputs from the land use scenario, which has social demographic attributes of all the people living in the region, and also a distribution of jobs. So once the equations are applied to derive the daily travel activities of everybody, they are aggregated by the travel mode. The transit trips are routed on the transit network, on the services and routes we have, and the drive trips are assigned to the road network, which result in the traffic volumes and speeds, which you may recall go into MFAC to get emission estimates. In addition to these, we have several other performance metrics that we track closely that Antoinette was mentioning. We look at vehicle miles traveled, VMT, mode share. We are also looking at several equity-related metrics also. So we have several sets of equations that account for various market segments in the region. The biggest and perhaps the most important market segment is the residents who are living here. However, there are other important market segments that we need to consider. For example, we have people crossing over from the border every day from Mexico to engage in work, shopping, meeting relatives, etc. So we have to take into account their travel as well. We have to account for overnight visitors and tourists who are moving about in the region. We consider air passengers both to the San Diego International and the CBX terminal. Interregional trips are the trips that are coming in and out of neighboring counties. We have Orange County, Imperial, Riverside. The model has a separate component that deals with commercial vehicle and freight demand also. So we have.
Can I ask you a question on that? I don't want to, I know you, because I want to make sure that when you say type of travelers to San Diego, because we have about a large portion of the population that commute between San Diego and Tijuana, right? They actually, so to me, they're not, is travelers just a organic, like a standard word that is used in the planning world? And how do we make sure that we capture the dynamics of what the Tijuana, San Diego region is? The reason why I'm asking you that question is because as we're trying to expand AB 617, right, through CARB to make sure that we're getting resources, and we were able to declare the border region an AB 617 community so we can get funding. I want to make sure that Imperial Beach and Nestor, San Isidro, I mean, other areas that are only San Isidro is part of it right now. So, and the Otay Mesa border is part of it, but I want to better understand how the data that you're capturing is able to be used and leveraged so we can get additional funding from regulatory entities like CARB and or the federal government. And right now I feel like there's sort of, this data is gathered, like I was sharing with somebody this morning, right? When we talk about healthcare, we talk about healthcare and tourism as tourism, health tourism, whatever, is that what it's called? Medical tourism. When the reality is that it's a necessity, there's no tourism going on. Our people actually go get healthcare. Our people, I mean, the communities in in county of San Diego actually go and get care in Mexico because they actually have insurance that allows them to do that. And we have school boards and we have cities and counties that allow you to do that. And so there's a lot of nuance, and I'm asking this because as we're gathering data for the CDC, the EPA, and all these other folks, we need to figure out how to actually capture that. And you don't have to have an answer right now. I just want to make sure that these models that we're looking at include that and using healthcare index, the environmental index, but also this really unique situation that we are in the border. I don't know if any of the other 4 states that are across the border are using unique data to capture this data. My guess is that they're not. But I'd be interested in figuring out if that's something that SANDAG can look at as we're moving forward and we're looking at regional plans, because all these plans in the end are about bringing additional dollars from the federal government, the state government, and maybe even some global funding that may come from other entities as well. So again, you don't have to answer the question now, but I just want to make sure that we keep it in mind, unless you have something that
Just
you
a very quick point of clarification. So when we say travelers in San Diego, we're talking about anybody that moves through the region, within the region, through the region. And we do collect data on people crossing the border every day and what the purpose of that trip is. We can come back maybe to the Transportation Committee and talk about the cross-border travel data that we have and the modeling tools that we have that consider that. But yes, those trips are captured in our model.
I think I would suggest that it's the Transportation Committee, the Borders Committee, and the Social Equity Group, because that also includes the community organizations that have been very engaged, so that we are coming up with policy that is regional policy and it includes the binational component. So thank you for that. Sorry for interrupting you. Go ahead.
No problem. Thank you. As you can imagine, we have dozens of these equations with hundreds of parameters, and we are collecting latest data to ensure that we reflect those. And as was mentioned, we are one of the first, if not the first region in California to collect latest survey data and update our model to reflect post-pandemic travel behavior. And different surveys target updating different components of the model. What we found from this data collection was that telecommuting increased significantly, and though some of these commute trips were replaced by other trips, on an average, they are not as long. They're much shorter than the commute trips. And that's what Antoinette was also mentioning, how the BMT has reduced. I want to quickly talk a little bit about how we are using different elements of the plan to influence driving. Emissions are directly related to vehicle miles traveled, and what we are trying to do is affect how we can reduce driving. And the mode choice is perhaps the most important determinant, and travel times and costs affect that significantly. So with some of our policies and projects, we are just trying to make other modes more attractive relative to driving. All of our transit projects, improving the headways to be close to 10 minutes affects the wait times and the total travel times, which make transit relatively more attractive to driving. We are also doing pricing strategies where we're trying to make the costs appear better relative to driving. So subsidized transit, and then we could also go the other way where we are applying parking costs for certain drive trips to reduce the impact. And then finally, all of the land use plans that you're adapting are also key. Denser communities tend to have shorter trips compared to sprawled out communities. And all of these have helped us meet the target. With that, I'll hand it back to Antoinette to finish.
Okay, this is another mess that's slightly different than the first one that you saw here, but this is a revised transportation network. And the revisions are based on the things that we heard from you, the work that we did with your technical staff and the operators, and what we learned from the data. So some of the areas where microtransit and neighborhood electric vehicles have been expanded and the boundaries adjusted. We refined the managed lanes. So if you recall in the 2021 plan and also in the initial concept, many of the corridors had 4 managed lanes, and that was accomplished through converting a general purpose lane and adding a managed lane. So we've reduced the general purpose lane conversions in the plan, but we're still adding the lanes within the right of way where we can. And we have a smaller managed lane network overall. So we still have a complete system that provides a lot of flexibility that allows us to make transit more rapid, encourage high occupancy vehicle modes, but not as robust of a network as we had previously. And then we adjusted some of the transit routes where there was redundancy, where a route maybe didn't perform as well, where we needed to adjust the frequencies. You have all of the details in attachment 1 of your staff report on the changes that are proposed in the network. We've also heard from some of you that you want to see a comparison between what's in the Transnet ordinance for major corridor projects and what's in the regional plan. So again, we provided an attachment with all of those details. That's attachment 4, but I'm going to summarize kind of at a high level what the differences are. So the corridors that are highlighted here are corridors where there are the same number of lanes as the ordinance, but the ordinance may have called for an HOV lane, and in the plan, we're calling for a managed lane. I want to clarify that managed lanes aren't one thing. Managed lanes are a variety of things. So whenever there's rules around how a lane is used, that's a managed lane. So HOV lane is a managed lane, truck climbing lane is a managed lane, transit lane is a managed lane, the express lane is a managed lane. So a managed lane can be a number of things, and that's something this board can decide and talk about, right, is what the operational policies are going to be for those managed lanes, if they're priced, when they're priced, how they're priced. And we'll be having more of those discussions in the coming months. Here's where we mentioned that we still have some areas where there are general purpose lane conversions, and that's really in areas where we have right-of-way constraints, or we've heard loud and clear from the communities in those areas that they don't want the added lanes. And here's where we have fewer number of managed lanes than what's in the ordinance. So where the ordinance may have called for 4 managed lanes, we're proposing 2 managed lanes in the plan. These are the corridors that have transit in the ordinance, and that transit is also in the plan. The connectors are consistent in the plan and the ordinance. There is one connector, the 556, that's actually in the unconstrained plan. That's because we don't think we'll have funding to be able to pay for that until after 2050, and that's consistent with the state's plans. And then the ordinance has border access improvements. It's not specific about what those projects are, but the plan has a variety of border access improvements, the new Otay Mesa East, new transit routes, the San Isidro mobility hub, rail improvements. So there is a lot of consistency between the ordinance and the plan. So we've accomplished a lot of work. We still have a lot of work ahead of us. We're not done modeling. So while we've tested for the air quality and the state SB 375 requirements, we still need to go back and model against our performance measures. So you all agreed to some goals for the plan early on. That was that it's convenient, equitable, healthy, and safe. So we'll go do the modeling of the performance measures to see how we're doing there. And we have to do our social equity analysis as well. We're also going to be updating the costs and revenues once the network is finalized. Right now, it's looking like the plan will be roughly around 135 billion, so quite a bit less than the last plan at 168 or 169. And then in the spring is when the draft plan will come to you to be released, and shortly thereafter, the environmental impact report. Because if you recall, we have to do a full comprehensive programmatic EIR for the regional plan as well. Then ultimately, we need to adopt and submit a plan to the regulatory agencies by the end of the year, so December 2025. So it'll be a busy year ahead of us, but we've made a lot of progress. And I'm sure you have a lot of questions. Some of them I'll be able to answer, some of them I may not be able to. So we've got the technical staff here in the audience today who can jump in and help as needed. So thank you for your time. I know I packed a lot into that.
It's all good. Thank you. We appreciate you. Thank you for your thoroughness. Mayor Jones.
Thank you so much, Chair. Okay, had a couple of questions. On page 152, it talks about the ABM3, and then it kind of refers to the the regional plan. So when I looked back at the regional plan, it talks about that we currently have a 3% ridership of transit, and that they're talking about a 13% ridership, I think it is. And so what I'm wondering is this new ABM3, what are we predicting with that? Do we know what that number is? That increase?
I don't know if we have mode share yet. I think that's coming with the next round of modeling that we have to do. So when we're doing all of the other performance measures, we look at mode share, we look at travel time, we look at all of the other kind of metrics.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't know what you're looking at.
I was looking at the regional plan, vision and goals, page 13 of the 21 plan.
21, okay.
Yeah, I went back to it and referred to it, and I just printed it out and wrote some notes on it. Okay, and then also, I think microtransit, we've talked about this exhaustively. Microtransit, I think it really can get those shorter little trips within the cities. I'm wondering if that is one of the ways that we're planning on spending a significant amount of money when it comes to transit, because I think those, A, easy to put in because you don't have to add lanes. And then B, you know, they're more, I think as far as, you know, whether they're convenient or not, that makes a big difference, because if you can just order it on your phone, like you can with the North County Transit Plus, I think those things, you know, just based on what my community says and what I know their patterns are, I think that's really helpful. So I hope we're spending a lot of time and attention into that.
Yeah, we have really good coverage in all of the communities, and even in our rural communities with micro transit. They are excellent for short trips. We don't get as much VMT reduction from those, obviously, as we do from the longer haul transit that can carry more passengers. But it's the mix of everything, Mayor Jones, that really gets us there, and micro transit is part of that.
Just a couple more comments. One is, you know, we're not going to be able to move our employers in our big employment areas. So that's, you know, that's not a viable solution. And I do want to make sure that we're talking about our, you know, keeping in mind the safety equity and the location equity when you're talking about the furthest reaches of East County and then also North County. I mean, they don't really have a good way and good options and opportunities to actually get to where they need to go. And I did want to comment on the 15 from Riverside to San Marcos. Really excited that we're continuing to talk about that, because I've had so many requests from Palomar Hospital, CSU, and then also Kaiser Permanente. So they really do need that. And that, you know, again, not fixed rail. So it's something we can put in pretty quickly with less of an investment. So.
And we're starting the planning on that right now, actually. We're going to be giving a presentation to the Borders Committee soon. We'll come to Transportation Committee as well.
Great. Well, I'd love to be notified of that too, because I'm really interested in that. And, you know, I have people ask me all the time, what's the status of that? And I don't always know. So that would be great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Molina.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Antoinette and Bhargava, for the presentation. I'm very happy to hear about the modeling and understanding more about how that's working. I'm curious where the inputs of the data come from. So, for example, the interregional input, you know, how are folks counted that are traveling, let's say, from Orange County to down to San Diego and back? How is that counting happening?
One source of data are big data sources, where they are looking at movements based on smartphone devices and aggregating all of that information and providing that to us. And based on their home locations, we are able to separate out the movements of intra-regional versus inter-regional travel. We also get support from CARB and other Caltrans stating they have a statewide travel demand model. They are looking at all movements across the state and provide that as a check as well. So, yeah.
So the movement, I think I heard you say, is through smart devices, so like cell phones.
Right.
And it's metadata that comes from, you know, where all that data comes from. Okay. Yeah. The surveys, I'm curious to know how well are those surveys. What is the respondent, you know, how many people respond to those surveys? Is it meeting your expectation for, you know, how many people, you know, you want to have respond to these surveys? And what is the outreach for that surveys? I have seen several pop up like on my Instagram, you know, oh, SANDAG would like to see your opinion on this. Is there more to that?
These are very different types of surveys. Actually, we have people record their trips over the course of a week. I'm having our survey expert here to tell you about that, but it's different than the type of public opinion survey that you get. We're actually gathering data on people's typical travel patterns and a lot of people all throughout the region. So go ahead, Grace.
Good morning, board members. My name is Grace Mino. I am the acting director of data science, and I'm here to respond to your question about the different types of surveys that we field. And they're actually really expensive and really involved surveys. They're not just market surveys where we're advertising. These surveys are basically travel diaries that are captured via cell phone based, GPS location based. They're really involved. They're about 7 days worth of data that's being captured both in the back end and then daily surveys that are asking you different questions about your trip. So, and the slide showed all the different types of surveys. So we have updated surveys on parking, on household, cross-border. We're doing one for airport. So they're very involved, and nationwide response rates for surveys have been declining, but we do work with our consultants to ensure that we get an appropriate sample that would be responsive that would be representative of the region, but also for the model.
Thank you, Grace. Can you give us an idea of how many people are completing these travel diaries? Like,
it depends on which segment, but we can give you that information depending on if it's the household travel behavior or if it's the onboard transit or it's the commercial vehicle.
Yeah, I'm just curious, is it hundreds of people? Is it thousands of people?
For household, we have information for over 2,500 households in the most recent 2022 survey.
Okay, thank you. Another question about the socioeconomic demographics. Is that data coming from like the census?
Right.
Okay.
So
Is that the only
we
source?
have the household travel survey that has that information as well, and we weight the household travel survey records to meet the demographics that are in the census. And that gives us the full picture that we can expand the survey to say, hey, what's happening all across
Right.
the region.
Okay. And I'm sure that, you're the surveys expert, right? I'm sure you've considered, how to make sure to capture the variety of folks that we have in this region, right? It's not.
Absolutely. In all of our RFP processes, we make sure that we have our equity statement, that we want to reach hard to reach populations, whether it be BIPOC, whether it be English as a second language, whether it be military. We want to make sure that we are representing the diverse community that we have in our region.
Perfect. Thank you. And then my final question was something, Antoinette, and, again, this might be a discussion that we can have, over hours, but I'm just curious about at the very beginning of your presentation, you mentioned we don't get credit for the efforts in electric vehicle efforts, right? And increasing all of that. So my question has to do with, how can we change that? Is that something that we need to go through, like state of California, to change the requirements for how to arrive at that 19%? Because I think that's big. That's a big piece that's missing.
Well, you set me up for the next board meeting where we're going to be talking about CARB and the target setting process that they're going through currently and all of the work that we're doing, not just us, but other metropolitan planning organizations across the state to work with CARB to really improve the methodology. We're all making major investments in clean transportation infrastructure, and we feel like we should get credit for that. We're not alone in feeling that way. The other MPOs in the state feel the same way. So we're hopeful that working with CARB and some of the other state agencies that we're going to be able to come up with a better way of measuring the impact and the benefit of our plans.
Got it. Thank you very much.
I think on that one, you may recall that we mentioned that we went during the dark period. We went to Sacramento and had several meetings. One of those meetings was the big four, we call them, the four biggest MPOs in the state. And we met with all the state agencies, including CARB. And we had begun the discussion on this subject exactly.
Thank you. Councilmember Buckholder.
Thank you, Chair. These are in no particular order, and I'll try to go fast because I see the time. We talked about MTS, flexible fleet, and microtransit. I'm just curious. I've been pretty much saying that we are overly bused. We have too many buses that we don't use, and it would be much more beneficial to greenhouse gas emissions, meeting our requirements, that if we could use flexible fleets or microtransit in Carlsbad. How does that actually get accomplished? Because I know my staff has been actually communicating that back to you, and I'm hoping to MTS, but I'm not sure how that actually gets accomplished.
So North County Transit District is your operator, and they are launching various flexible fleet and microtransit pilots starting in San Marcos, but they have plans for most of the communities, I believe. I'm looking at my NCTD partner over there, okay? Most of the communities, they're expanding those pilot projects. We're also going to be putting out, the board approved $5 million in funding for flexible fleet pilot projects in October. And so we've designed kind of a competitive program for those funds, and we'll be putting out a call for projects hopefully early next year. So that's another funding source for communities that are interested in putting together a flexible fleet pilot project.
Thank you. And that sounds like it would be in addition to the MTS operations that we have going on. That's not accomplishing the goal. So the goal would be to decrease MTS operations that are not used and increase the mode of transportation that would be used, the least impactful to the environment.
So I think you're saying, are we looking at removing services that are not well utilized and
Yes.
only investing? Well, certainly when we were putting together the plan, some of the redundancies or
I saw
adjustments
that,
that we
yeah.
made were where we didn't see the performance and we didn't see the need for that. But we kept the routes in that performed well and helped us to achieve our VMT goal.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. One of the things that you had mentioned, Antoinette, was that you delivered the report to CARB in, I think you said March, and they just got it back. So do we have a finite date that we have to submit our reporting?
Yes, we do.
And they do have, they have a date that they have to come up with remarks?
They are supposed to, but when they have a backlog, they are not always adhering to those timelines.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. So I kind of piggybacking on what Councilmember Molina said, the surveys are different than this really in-depth program that you guys have going on. I'm just curious about, I guess the ABM, I'm kind of mixing two things, just bear with me. Because this report appears to omit stay-at-home parents, workers who work from home, seniors who no longer drive. And I'm trying to get like the benefit of those types of travelers, but they don't seem to be addressed in this report. So I'm wondering how that is accounted for. Did I miss something?
All residents are accounted for in the activity-based model. So seniors, stay-at-home, non-employees, and we look at all trips too. So whether it's shopping or recreation or commute trip, so it's all accounted for in the model.
I think, Council Member, the value of what we mentioned post-pandemic is that we have captured that there are some reduced BMTs. And this is part of what you're bringing up, but also the work at home phenomenon, the telework. So it is being reflected. Can we do better all the time? Yes, that's why we do all the surveys. But the team is considering the activities you mentioned.
Yeah, perfect. That's great. One of the things that also about these kind of surveys is the households. I think you had mentioned 2,500, and I'm sure that you have metrics for this, but are they equally spread out through the county?
Yes, we ensure in our RFP process that the sample will be statistically significant against our region on a variety of different demographics.
So it sounds like your impression of these results are that they could be used as empirical evidence to support our SB 375 goals.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I think that you stated that we try to make transit more attractive as part of our plan. And I would just kind of like to say, in our defense, we plan and build and produce and deliver projects. My last experience on the coaster was absolutely horrific. I probably will never step on the coaster again because it's not our job to maintain that particular portion of transit, right? We plan, produce, and deliver great projects. So I think we kind of sell ourselves a little short there. So I think you guys do a great job on that part of it. And I appreciate your hard work into that. And it shouldn't be lost on people that that really is what we do. We deliver, and it's up to the owners to maintain them rather. So that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Councilmember Chavez.
First of all, thank you for all the hard work. I want to thank staff for all their work in the regional plan and for bringing this update today. Per our briefing yesterday, which I deeply appreciate these briefings, and attachment 1 to this item, pages 2 and 3, where we mentioned the 125. I just want to mention that Chula Vista strongly opposes the conversion of the SR 125 to all managed lanes. SANDAG purchased, just a little bit of history here. SANDAG purchased the 125 in 2011 as a cost saving compared to the proposed expansion of the 805. No other community in the county has had to fund access to their corridor this way. After 13 years of paying tolls, this plan asserts that the vast majority of residents would still have to pay to use the 125 as late as 2050. These changes come despite that in July of 2022, adoption of Resolution 2023/11 to look at alternatives to the inequity of the toll-only operations and the 18 months of silence on the dysfunctional tolling system the South Bay had already suffered under. At the May 24th meeting, we directed staff to study the equity and the environmental impacts of the toll operations, where I stated clearly that Chula Vista would not be able to support any path forward that did not include an end to the toll. Managed lanes on every lane of a road are in reality a toll for most of our residents. In attachment 1 of this item, like I mentioned, titled Summary of Proposed Changes to the Initial Concept, the revisions to the plan are summarized and the managed lanes planned are reduced in almost every segment mentioned except the SR 125, which remains managed lanes only in the plan. I understand the need to mitigate vehicle miles traveled, the VMT, but we cannot do so without considering the equity of our plan and the daily impact on our South Bay residents. It is not equitable for Chula Vista residents to bear such a disproportionate impact for so long to meet the region's goals. I would like to make a motion for staff to return with options for the SR 125 that considers equity. We cannot promise the public an end to toll operations on the 125 and then deliver entirely managed lanes, which will be not a difference for our community. So I don't know what follows.
So let me ask, because I mean, I'll have them sort of give you a perspective, but here, this is a discussion item, a report, right? So you can direct unless.
Well, can I mention something? Yeah. We will be bringing to the board a budget amendment to accept, to fund the study to evaluate the state of good repair together with Caltrans. That was the first phase, right? To understand what will be the cost when we return to the state to have in the state of good repair this road. What Antoinette and her team did is they took a snapshot of the region based on the assumptions that right now we know. We do know that there could be other actions. We could know that there could be people against a managed lane or whatever in the plan. Will have to take it. We understand where we are with the 125. We will be evaluating the state of good repair. We will be coming, like I mentioned, with an update on the financing and on the back office situation. So we need to put all those pieces of information so this board can make a decision of how to move forward with the 125. Toll removal, toll deferral, managed lanes, but it has to, we have to bring a lot of data right now. So right now, what the
team, fiduciary responsibilities that we have, right? And the reports that you've done coming back, because look, I'm with you. I want to make sure that there is no toll and I mean, that is absolutely something that we should be looking at. But I think, so I think if, would you be okay with us asking that the request that you have made come back in that report prior to the actual meeting, the actual presentation, so that all of those items are addressed, and then it could also become part of a motion, when we actually are taking action on this item?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll come in with a full report, and also the team will bring up an update of what happens with the regional plan, if we remove or not. Remember, there's snapshots in time. Yeah. So it's always good to be also strategic.
Yeah,
so
and I also think the community will have a lot to say on this item, particularly the communities of South Bay and environmental justice communities around this issue and the equity issue. So Yep. Anything else, Councilmember?
I just wanted to add two things. First, on the medical tourism we were talking about, it's 2.6 million people a year just going southbound to get U.S. citizens and are going southbound to get medical services. Just as additional data, we have around 100,000 people in a floating population we share coming to work, as you mentioned, study, recreational, but as well, we don't have this international, and I know there's a proposal for international trolley crossing, but we don't have it yet. So a lot of people that walk across, the blue line is the most transited line of the region, used line of the region. I mean, and I'm not going to lie, it could use a little repair and a little facelift. And we also have people that are using the blue line, but also people that can't take the tour. They go really far to work, right? And they go back to Tijuana, they go back to Baja, they go back and forth. We don't have enough affordable housing. That's a reality. And we share this resource, which is the other side. We're a region. We need to come up with regional solutions and involve these all levels of government in the federal Mexican government as well. So food for thought. Thank you so much for your time.
Appreciate that. Mayor Kranz. Sorry.
No problem. Thank you. Could you put slide 9 up on the screen? I want to make sure I have a clear picture of how this is being done. So on the far left there, I understand the first two boxes, policies and programs. Are those SANDAG only policies and programs, or is there an analysis of jurisdictional things that are being done, whether they be officially policies, but there are some programs?
If it's your land use policies, for example, are considered. So it's a combination of regional and local. Certainly not every single policy from your jurisdiction is accounted for, but those that are relevant to the regional plan.
Okay, and CARB SB 375 tech memo coordination is that where electric vehicles were eliminated as part of the model?
Yes, CARB updated their SCS guidelines recently, and they reduced the amount of credit that regions can take for the EV programs that they invest in. So we were never allowed to take much credit. We were only allowed to take credit for our incentive programs, and that has been reduced because they feel that the state and federal government are really covering that, and they aren't relying on the regions for that transition anymore.
Okay, and so then when you get to the SANDAG activity-based model, I'm interested in the macro versus the micro there again. For example, do you know, does your model include information that may be provided by each school district as to who has bus programs versus no bus programs and so on and so forth? So you don't know how many students are being transported to school by their parents in cars, therefore.
That part would be covered because we capture all types of trips to school, to work, to shopping, to recreation.
So that's done with a survey model, surveys.
Yes, it's done with the household travel behavior survey. The survey is not just for one participant, it's for everybody that's in the household. So when a parent is, and I said this is like a very involved travel diary, it'll track the trip from home to school drop off or daycare, then to, let's say you stop for gas and then you go into work.
Okay, so how many people in Encinitas are being surveyed?
I don't know off the top of my head, but we can get back to you with that number.
Is it hundreds, you think, or thousands, or?
Well, it's a region-wide survey, so we try to get representative of the entire region and its geographic location. And so then we expand it to the region's population, not just to one jurisdiction.
And is that activity-based model proprietary? Is that subject to Public Records Act requests so a data expert could analyze that?
It is open, yes.
Okay. And so the next slide, for example, and this is one of the things that got me to thinking about it, is that on slide 10, since COVID, so I used to drive to work from Encinitas to Rancho Bernardo. And I would walk to lunch, although I couldn't ever eat 4 pizzas. So, but when I drove home, it was, that was an hour and a half of drive taken away from me. And then COVID hit and my boss we started working from home. So now instead of drive, I walk downstairs to my home office and I walk upstairs for lunch and I walk. So I just want to make sure that the people in Encinitas who are fortunate enough to have that situation are actually being included in this model. So it is of interest to me to make sure we also have a significant number of people who ride bikes for commutes and such. So again, I'd like to just be sure we're catching that. And then on slide 15, I've been participating in the value analysis related to the Lausanne corridor, and there has been a lot of discussion about the potential of rail out the 15 corridor, both most specifically for freight, so that BNSF can haul their freight trains up to Barstow easier, for example. And the connection would need to be made in Paris in Riverside County. And it's not reflected in this, right?
Not currently. There's a lot of projects that are in planning right now, and the outcomes of those plans may change what's in the regional plan.
So the goal that I have is to try and get analysis of that alternative into the process of analyzing the Lausanne corridor. And so perhaps out of that would mean that it would go into the plan at a future date.
Yeah, this is why we are always updating it so we can capture these things.
My concern is that at some point somebody's going to say, well, that idea is not in the plan, therefore we're not going to take the time to study it. So I'm interested in ensuring that we have an ability to modify these documents in a way that will take into consideration some other efforts that are being made. And for example, high-speed rail was intended to come down the I-15 corridor. That was a programmatic EIR that was done in the aughts. And so, I just want to make sure that we're able to make those adjustments should that prove to be a viable alternative. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shu.
Thank you, Chair. And I also want to, thank Mayor Kranz and Councilmember Chavez for their comments regarding not only looking forward, but also addressing equity. Antoinette, just for clarification, when CARB sets their target 19% and in their scoping plan, 25% by 2030, don't they already account for conversion of electric vehicles on a statewide basis?
They do?
Yeah. So maybe we don't get credit, but people who do convert or as a statewide basis, we are getting credit. We need to reduce VMT even at the most optimistic perspective on converting to electric vehicles, right?
Their interest is in us reducing VMT. You are right.
Right. So I just want to make that note. When we do our conversions, we do get credit for it on a statewide basis, and that is counted. And I don't know, we may be doing better than other regions, but that's the way it goes.
We're not allowed to account for it in the regional plan, though. So that 19% that we have to take care of does not take into consideration any of the investments that we make.
Correct. But the 19% is based on the statewide conversion to electric vehicles. So we're contributing to the statewide, we just don't get it in the plan itself. The other thing, well, first of all, thank you for having a whole slide devoted to health issues and pointing out the methods that we're trying to address that. I do want to point out that on the first one you mentioned is electric conversion. And just at the last Transportation Committee meeting, we got a slide on equity, and it showed all the conversions were mainly happening in the more wealthier parts of our region. So even though we are converting, we may not be benefiting with regards to health benefits in the most impacted communities in our region. Is that correct?
And that's why our programs are targeted at those low-income communities and vulnerable communities.
Which I appreciate, because the next item we have is sustainable freight, and hopefully I'm working towards transportation demand management strategies that we can pilot directed at those communities. Because I was at a Transportation Committee meeting a number of months ago, a state transportation committee, in which it was revealed that overall we are getting cleaner air in California, but the disparity between rich and poor or communities of color and not of color still remains the same. The disparity is continuing. So we haven't really addressed the equity issues very much on a statewide basis. And I want to be quick because we're running out of time. What was our VMT reduction on our current plan before it was amended?
I think it was 20 point something.
It's 21 or something like that. It was better
Yeah.
than 20. But then we amended it. And what happened then?
18.6.
Rounded up to 19. Correct. So we actually went the opposite direction of what the state was really seeking, I presume, because state was trying to reduce VMT. So I like that. I want to point that out because we really need to be trying to push more. Is there any penalty for reaching VMT reduction earlier than what the state may have set up as a goal?
A penalty for achieving more?
Yeah, exceeding the amount.
No.
It's like, it's not extra credit. You do your work ahead of time. But there's a benefit in terms of health impacts and even economic impacts to the users, right? If more people road transit, when the communities have not only co-benefits of better health, but also reduction in cost in transportation.
Is that a question or a statement?
Well, it is a question in a sense that what I was pointing out to Mario earlier with his opening statements, I think this board needs to have information. If we move towards other forms of transportation, us users, rich or poor, benefit economically. I mean, the community of Portland went through the recession in 2008 much better because their transit system was more effective and transit network. People who lost income was able to get rid of a car and still survive because the transit system existed.
And that is why we have a very robust transit network proposed in the early years of the plan, Chair, shows to make sure that we're providing good transportation options to all communities, particularly those vulnerable communities.
I appreciate that. And I think for me, it would be helpful for me and the board members to know that and to know what is the cost recovery of our various systems. So what is the cost recovery of people who commute by car versus people on the blue line, which I understand is the highest cost recovery of transit systems in the country because it's used a lot and the cost recovery is as high as 75%, whereas drivers maybe are at 53, 54%, 55% cost recovery. So government is actually funding drivers more than the people who are taking transit, particularly on the blue line. So I'm hoping that kind of information can be thrown in as we go forward. So when we talk about the purple line, we can talk about how much cost recovery that could be with regards to providing a transportation system. I look forward to more thoughts put into the plan. My other thought, though, is when we do this modeling, can we also have some comparison of using other kinds of revenue recovery? So I understand we have to deal with a revenue constraint plan, right? We cannot do things other than, but what if we add in other forms of revenue, such as congestion relief pricing, or I know you can't use VMT per mile because this board forbids you from addressing that. But there is other systems, and there's the cost recovery, if not revenue generation from managed lanes, as well as congestion relief pricing. I'm wondering if that can be added into the mix as alternatives so that we can move ahead on some of these projects faster and sooner.
Well, in the EIR, we do analyze a variety of different scenarios. So is that where you're suggesting we may look at this?
Right. So let me just give you a bit of information. So congestion relief pricing, which a lot of people don't like, or at least when they hear about it, they don't like. But I've also heard that in communities that have tried congestion relief pricing, after they tried it, the community and the commuters actually like it. So I think our avoidance maybe of dealing with things like that is not necessary. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Second Vice Chair.
Yes, thanks so much. And thank you so much for all the work I know it took to go into this, from you there sitting in front of us and all the others behind you that have worked into this, all the different departments. So I want to ask a couple of questions. The first is, are we widening any freeways outside of their current footprint?
We're working within the footprint wherever we can.
Okay, and what about the shoulders? Are we eliminating any shoulders, or are we keeping a little bit of something in each of the areas where we might be utilizing some of the shoulders?
I'd really have to defer to Caltrans on that. Really, it's when we get into the detailed planning where I'd have that level of information. Our goal is always to work within the footprint and the right of way, but certainly safety is our number one priority. So whatever that configuration is, it would be.
Those will be project specific details that once you go into the environmental document.
Okay.
Right now, we just see that it could fit. It could fit in the center. It could fit in the outside. So then we pursue that. But those things are really so specific that they go into the project-specific environmental document to determine all the different variables.
Got it. Okay, that's really good.
Right.
I was actually
Thank
really
you, Mario.
surprised to see that. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah,
No, I was just going to echo what Mario just said. I think those details still have to be worked out to determine whether we're going to expand further. So it's too early at this point.
Okay, I just think most of us have a concern about safety and not eliminating shoulders completely. I was quite surprised to see that we are reducing the number of conversions, and I think that just reflects your listening of the board in our workshops, and I appreciate that, given that we're not widening them anything outside of the footprints and that we are meeting the very aggressive California goals. I think that this is kind of a bit of a Goldilocks scenario here, and that we're being able to address the needs of a lot of folks. I do notice, of course, though, that North County Coastal doesn't get a lot of improvements in frequency. And even if we do, we've got so many projects coming along the Low Sand Corridor. There will be work windows where our rail line and frequency will be a little less reliable, if not not reliable at all, because we won't know completely when it might be shut down due to interruptions for construction. So, but again, I don't see any frequency increases. And did I miss that?
That's in the programs and policies portion. So because we can't really just put that on the map, but yes, 10-minute frequencies is really the goal for most of the transit system. There's a few areas that don't warrant that, but most of the bus routes and rail routes, we're getting up to 10-minute frequencies.
That's like in 2050?
No, most of that's 2035.
2035.
Yeah, that's another reason we're hitting the target, is because those types of improvements that make transit more convenient really bump up the ridership.
Okay. I'll be interested to see how that works with the low sand rail realignment, and hopefully we get there. But that's one of the reasons I wanted to point out the value of the flexible fleets. I think it's great for those of us in the smaller coastal communities to take advantage of those, because we won't have, we will have these construction interruptions. We won't have a lot of transit service. And it's also kind of a baby step to get people used to being in a car with other people, a baby step from their car to perhaps a bus or a rail car. I think that's important. I also recall, a year or two ago, a report that said that the number of businesses post-pandemic that could be telecommutable was it 39%? And I'm wondering if that is what your data still shows, because I mean,
yeah, there's a lot of jobs in our region that really aren't telecommutable, right? We have a lot of people in the service and hospitality and health and medical. And I don't remember the exact percentage, but of those companies that can telework, our latest survey showed that they are still offering it at least on a part-time basis. So, people coming into the office maybe 2 days a week and then working from home. And people still are driving around. You're seeing cars out there, but it's just shorter trips. So that's why overall the per person VMT is less.
Yeah, that's really great. And then given the discussion that we've been having, is it possible maybe to increase the number of folks in the survey that you do so that we have a more robust representation in North County, inland and coastal, where, you know, we don't have the dense population that the rest of the county has?
Again, it's region-wide, so we try to make sure it's representative of even people in the rural region and in South Bay and North County, East County. If the survey is quite expensive because it is very like a 7-day travel diary that people take on their smartphones. To increase sample would also increase costs. So if the board would like to increase the sample, then we would have to make sure in the next time that we do the survey that we budget enough to get more throughout the region.
Right. I hear what you're saying. Of course, it would be more expensive. And I would like us to consider that because I would hate big decisions like this to be made on like 3 people in, you know, Encinitas and 1 person in Solana Beach. And they may not be representative, obviously, of the rest of the people. So I'd like to consider that. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Duncan.
Thank you. I just had a couple of brief questions. One, I appreciate the focus on having neighborhood electric vehicles and microtransit included in the plan. And my question / concern is, I think you mentioned that there's going to be a call for projects, hopefully early next year.
Correct.
And I'm interested in, is how that call for projects going to go out going to be something that is potentially shared with the board for potentially input before it goes?
I think it's coming to the Transportation Committee next month. So it'll go to the Transportation Committee first, similar to all of our grant programs where you review the criteria and weigh in on the criteria, and then to the board ultimately to be released. It's a little bit different than a grant though. It's really, do you want to partner with us and bring your resources and we'll combine our resources to do a pilot similar to what we've done like in Oceanside, for example, or Pacific Beach.
Thank you. Yeah, I know you kind of teed up the rest of my questions. So, and I will save most of my comments, I guess, for Transportation Committee when I'm there and then when we come back here. But my just general concern to mention to the board and to staff is, are the projects going to each be, and I don't mean like how they serve the city, but I mean the relationship between the cities and SANDAG, are they all going to be kind of different? Or maybe it's time that we take a look at standardizing a little bit of how we're going to treat cities if they're eligible, for instance, for a mobility shuttle, whether it be Beach Bug or the various ones, and whether or not maybe we can chat with the port as well, because I believe the port has been the one that has helped grant fund the mobility shuttle in a national city. And part of my concern is that, what do we mean when we say, hey, we'll partially combine resources for a pilot project? Well, pilot by definition means temporary. And, by the general definition means temporary. So what is like the plan? Or how are we going to actually, if we believe this is a great service and the board wants it in their communities and other communities, how are we going to achieve that goal, for the future? So that's my concern. I will tell you, I believe that Coronado is the only city in the county that has a pilot program, which is totally self-funded. But it's obviously a concern for me because the program's been very successful, but by ridership, it's heavily used by the military. And if it goes away, it's really going to be a shame because the buses that we have go through town generally have between 0 to 4 riders on them, and I think this has been a huge improvement. So that's sort of the basis of my concern. And I'll just add one comment. I know my friend Mr. Shu didn't mean it in regard particularly to Coronado and Barrio Logan, because if he did, his analysis would have been totally false, because Coronado does not have much better air, despite being overall and economically much well-off community compared to Barrio Logan. Coronado has the same air or worse than Barrio Logan. And it's important to remember, where there's bad air, the bad air should be remedied, period, number one. And number two, a lot of people that live in other parts of the county that are considered not well-off areas spend more time on base in Coronado than they do in the areas where they actually sleep, even if you were going to apply that standard. Thank you.
I'm going to check with CARB on the data. But anyway, with that, thank you very much. Appreciate all the work that's been done, particularly on this issue. And We look forward to additional, and I think you heard everybody's comments. So thank you to the team. You all are doing a fantastic job and appreciate all of the input from the community as well. So that with that, I think I'm going to open it up for community members.
Thank you for public comments on this item. Truth, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Mary Davis and Rosa Padilla.
Tony, thanks for bringing up pizza. Carolina, I agree with you. Jack DeVis, he was trying to score higher than a D-. Never going to happen. Melanie, MTS is not removing unused buses. They're actually adding more because they're just that stupid. Nora, great questions, and love the admission that playing activity-based model games with people's lives via failed technocratic means is all about money. Example, did SANDAG's computer modeling predict a world lockdown in 2020? Did Antoinette predict that she'd make me late for the last item? Slide 13 alleges more driving if more lanes. If that's true, then why is SANDAG allowing more lanes and more GHGs for the OME toll? For air quality standards, we already know that the county and the EPA are liars. How do EVs help air quality when their lithium batteries burst into toxic fumes? And where is SANDAG air testing quality exactly? Are they testing in Esther, San Isidro, Imperial Beach? Doubt it. How many pop-up events were held in the backcountry? Census data counts Iraqis and El Cajon as white. With all the managed toll lanes in 2035, I'm looking forward to many more people hating SANDAG and those 10-minute frequencies. Thank you for that.
Your time expired. Mary Davis, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Rosa Padilla and then B. Mittermiller.
Hi, Mary Davis. So first of all, Mari, I want to thank you for prioritizing 67 and the wildfire evacuation. So critically important. Thank you. Thank you to staff. If we could go to slide 11, if the clerk's able to. I just wanted to touch about equity. And when we talk about VMT reduction, thank you for segmenting the traveler types into buckets or segments. And what I see historically is that only the resident bucket is repeatedly asked to reduce their VMT. I don't see visitors, border crossers. We don't say less planes come into Lindbergh Field. The burden is always on residents. So please start doing some travel type equity and spreading that wealth, or asking CARB for credits for Mexico for all the unsmogged cars, but don't keep putting the burden on us residents to reduce those VMT. Also, if we talk about safety in Zurich, they don't have meth people on their buses. So until you make transit safe, you're not going to increase that ridership. Thank you.
Next commenter, Rosa Padilla, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by B. Mittermiller, then Esperanza Gonzalez.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Rosa Padilla. I am a part of the Transit Riders Union, which is a new group launched by the Environmental Health Coalition. I'm a transfronterizo or cross-border student, full-time student at San Diego City College, and I ride public transit every single day from San Isidro to school and work and back. I'm here before you to ask that the regional plan includes frequent and efficient 24-hour service on buses and trolleys. Listen, last semester I took a class that ended at 8 p.m. Sometimes I would stay late for like office hours or homework. The point is I would stay on campus well into the night, right? At those times, I would get left for upwards of 40 minutes to an hour waiting for the trolley. Sometimes it would be much easier asking for a ride from downtown all the way to San Isidro. That's not convenient for my friends. Or catching a $50 Uber. And that may not seem like a lot to you, but that is a quarter of my paycheck. Having 24-hour service would connect the night and early morning students and workers like myself to their destinations, which is why frequent and efficient 24-hour service should be a priority for public transit in the regional plan. Thank you so much.
B. Mittermiller, you'll be followed by Esperanza Gonzalez and then Maritza Garcia.
Good morning, Chair Vargas and board members. My name is B. Mittermiller, representing San Diego 350. Regarding the summary proposed changes, we support the expansion of neighborhood electric vehicles and microtransit services in defined boundaries, especially when they are used to connect to transit. As for freeway lanes, 7 projects add lanes. In 6 projects, there's no change, and only 3 projects add transit lanes, and one of those is scheduled for 2050. This is induced demand that will encourage people to drive more, not less. Finally, will the rapid bus projects include any dedicated lanes? We are in a climate crisis. We need bigger greenhouse gas reductions. Thank you.
Esperanza Gonzalez, you'll be followed by Maritza Garcia, then Mark.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Esperanza González, soy residente de la comunidad de City Heights y miembro del sindicato de pasajeros. Tengo más de 30 años usando el transporte público. Hoy estoy aquí para pedirles que no se expanda particularmente las autopistas que van a cruzar las comunidades de City Heights, Logan Heights y National City.
Logan Heights and National City. Actually, we need the opposite. We need to accelerate projects such as the Blue Line or the Trolley Express that goes from the border to the middle of San Diego. The traffic jams is affecting the air, that is affecting the pollution, and also there's such a high cost in gas, and there's so many people crossing the borders. It's important that they have an express blue line that goes more frequently and the people can get to their medical appointments. We ask you that no more of those bad freeways. With the freeways that we already have, they should be used for people through your time.
I believe the
Madam
next
Chair,
speaker
could I make a point?
also a Spanish speaker.
In the future, if we have a public speaker who is speaking something other than English, can we have a little time to get these
Absolutely.
put on?
And I do apologize.
I missed the first half, yeah.
I did intend to say that, and it was my oversight.
Thank you.
I believe the next speaker is also a Spanish speaker.
Okay, thank you.
No, actually, English speaker, you're good.
Okay.
We good? Okay, cool beans. Good afternoon at this point. My name is Maritza Garcia. I am a policy advocate with the Environmental Health Coalition, and we are here to oppose freeway expansion that will impact disadvantaged communities as recognized by Kaalmada Luqadda, and request that the regional plan update focuses on expanding transit solutions. The proposed changes to the initial concept, which include adding new lanes to accommodate for managed lanes on the 5 and 805 freeways, will have direct impact on National City, City Heights, and San Isidro, all communities recognized by Kaalmada Luqadda as disadvantaged communities. Our environmental justice communities cannot afford more toxic air pollution and increased greenhouse gas emissions. Although it might seem confusing and are promising at a first glance, freeway expansions to make room for managed lanes do indeed increase the number of vehicles on the road. Instead, we should be converting existing lanes, which will reduce vehicle miles traveled, toxic air pollution, and greenhouse gas emission. We request the plan to accelerate the following projects: increase frequency for existing bus routes, continue the Youth Opportunity Pass to include youth 24 and under, the Blue Lane Express, and the Purple Line.
And your time expired.
Thank you.
Mark, please come to the podium, followed by Catherine Rhodes, and then Cesar Harvey.
Mark, 2035 goals will destroy the U.S. We have the largest oil reserves in the world, but only the military will be able to use it, not the people. The people will never get the benefit that would have given the low prices on gas. John Coleman of KUSI, William Happer, and Lord Monkton, all absolute experts, say that global warming is a scam. Here's something on the public transportation you want everyone to take. Crime on public transportation in the United States includes a variety of incidents such as robberies, homicides, assaults, major assaults on transit workers, gun violence, crime on LA's MTA, so on. Increasing parking costs, managed lanes, nobody wants this. Managed lanes, they all have in common that regular people can't use them. This is all a total scam. I can't believe I have 15 seconds left. I'd like to say what an absolute atrocity it is and a violation of the Brown Act that people get 1 minute to speak on such an absolutely important topic. I could speak for 15 minutes on this.
Stay on topic, sir.
Yeah.
Then your time expired. Catherine Rhodes, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Cesar Harvey and our first virtual speaker, Karina Contreras.
Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes, and I'm upset that you're taking out the Central Mobility Hub, specifically because it could all be paid for 100% by our passenger facility charges from the airport authority, who has been hoarding money from you and literally taking this money and pretending that it cannot be spent. So far, you're supposed to get that $350 million just even for the airport connectivity project. So far, you've received $0 from the airport authority. Why? Because they refused to ask the airport district officer in Los Angeles if they could have the money for the project. You guys have a project. You're not getting money from the airport authority. So anyway, you could have a port headquarters, a SANDAG headquarters, a central mobility hub, and the airport connectivity project paid for 100% with this. The FAA's information package PFC 75-21. And so far, of all the years that I've come here and told you about this.
And your time has expired.
Thanks.
Cesar, please come to the podium. Be followed by Karina Contreras and then Craig Jones.
Cesar Javier. We do not see physically the have-nots to learn and teach SANDAG. Those about to be sick and dying. Political leaders come and go. SANDAG's vision stays. We see inequity right here. The have-nots are restricted. You guys have all the amenities. We come here not to eat. We come here to learn and help you, helping us. I think that's
Sir, I'm going to ask you to continue on the item,
We
please.
just need some kind of, not education, intelligence and good heart. Please, listen to us. Provide us the amenities too. My wife, who is a victim of toxicity in our community,
Sir,
is now getting sick.
I understand your concern, your passion. We're all trying to work with you. I'm going to ask everyone to please make sure that you focus on the item that you're going to be speaking to. Thank you. Go ahead.
Our next commenter, Karina Contreras, please go ahead, and you'll be followed by Craig Jones, then Paul the Bolt.
Thank you so much. My name is Karina Contreras in my capacity as Transportation Policy Advocate for Climate Action Campaign. And I just want to say first, thank you. I know it's very difficult to pull together such a comprehensive plan. However, getting close to 19% pollution reduction target is nothing to celebrate. The larger the number is in the amount of greenhouse gas emissions that this region can reduce, the healthier and more sustainable our region will be. We should strive for higher pollution reduction than 19%. I am pleased to see an expansion for neighborhood electric vehicles. I am not pleased to see that busing has been reduced in North County with over 400,000 folks utilizing the bus every single month. That is a critical component to make sure that folks can connect to places that they need to go. And the freeway expansion is not a solution to our community. Ask about the cost per mile for expanding freeways.
Your time expired. Our next commenter, Craig Jones, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you for the time. As short as it is, 1 minute. I sent a piece by email to members of the board and staff ahead of time on this. I sincerely ask that you read through it. As was mentioned during earlier comments, in order for our objectives to be reached, we have to have a public transportation system which is frequent, fast, and efficient. We can't force people out of the use of their cars. We have to build a system which attracts them so that they volunteer to use public transportation. And relying on what we have now as trolley and so-called rapid bus cannot achieve this. In particular, we need, again, to build a system which attracts people and provides an alternative to use of their cars. The principles that are in what I sent you ahead of time can be applied in the near term to the design of the Purple Line, and I sincerely hope that you will have this done.
Your time expired. Our next commenter, Paul the Bold, will be followed by the original draw. Go ahead, Paul.
Looking at your map online, and I'm Paul Bold, it still looks like you're leaving out East County. Still no transit hubs, for instance. And is this based on current data, old data, or an AI or escalation technique based on the same algorithms available years ago, often arbitrary or biased? That's why CARB doesn't want you to share updates, by the way. And some of these target dates just to meet a state goal, a sham which affects our tax money. And I hope this does not worsen our lousy air quality, which is already unsafe, Madam Chair. You want to add 2 lanes to the I-5 in Chula Vista National City to pretty much all of the 805 and to the I-15 through Kearney Mesa and to the SR-125. This will result in more dangerous freeways, resulting in destroying nearby homes.
Your time has expired. Our next commenter, the original draw, please go ahead.
The fraud is off the charts that you guys engage in. You're sitting here and you're talking to 2,500 households to collect data when there's 3.38 million people, and you think that that's going to get you a full picture of what's happening across the region. That is absolutely asinine to think that you guys sit here and people buy it up. And, you know, you're not even considering the border crossers that cross the border illegally and then have transportation. They're taking flights out. There's so many things that you would consider to be an increase in GHGs and VMTs, but you don't consider them. And the burden does go down to the residents. Mary is correct. But everything that you're doing with the vehicle miles traveled, you're not going to be able to demonstrate per person a reduction by 2035 unless you bring in that tax that you guys want to bring in that you didn't so far, but the state is going to implement. Because anything that you guys are doing to try and mitigate that with projects, there is no data to show that it's actually reducing vehicle miles traveled. So until you have that data, you cannot sit here and tout that it is actually reducing vehicle miles traveled. Everything you guys are doing is based on fraud.
And your time has expired. Our next commenter, LR, please go ahead. You are self-muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. The coastal rail is failing. Study moving it inland. Instead, your regional plan is proposing billions for Band-Aids. By the way, from Long Beach to San Diego, the Lausanne corridor is not a part of Stragnet. The agreement is economical, not defense-related. I encourage the planners to contact Dan Zedek, head of Railroads for Defense in DC. I have talked to him and he uses the highway for transport after Long Beach. Move it inland and achieve your targets. Air quality. The current diesel train is the worst offender of carbon and human health. Make the rail electric, like they have already done in Northern California. VMT. Convert the coastal track via rails to trails. Provide large parking lots and access to the airport. Think long-term. Stop proposing billions for Band-Aids.
Your time expired. Our final 3 commenters, Blair Beekman, followed by phone number 672 and SD. Blair, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Like with the social equity working group meeting of yesterday, I think the proper procedure is after staff presentation is to allow public comment first, or a few small questions, simple questions from council first, and then public comment, and then larger questions by committee persons. So good luck on working on that. I think public needed to be heard first in how you talked about things. For this item, I wanted to thank the mayor of Tijuana for being there today. It was very much of an honor to hear him speak. And I'm interested in the future of mixed income housing ideas that both Tijuana and San Diego can work on together. California has mandates by 2029 to be working on mixed income. The stuff we can do now can give a great start for everyone of the state in the future. Interesting stuff. And good luck with the train issues on working on environmental practices. Just be open and clear.
And your time expired. I understand our next commenter, phone number 672, is in the room. If you could come to the podium, please.
Okay, Consuelo. Let's see. Yep, all by design. People are driving less because they're broke and already being penalized for driving via gas prices and the stupid state's registration fees and other taxes. More gross lies, electric vehicles aren't cleaner vehicles. They leave a bigger carbon footprint than the average gas guzzler. They're charged with what? Coal and diesel, and their batteries aren't easily recycled, not to mention the lithium that is mined. Hello. Oh, and you can't make this one up. Remember when California asked residents to stop charging electric cars on our strained grid a week after passing a law to ban gas-powered cars? Remember that? Yeah. And regarding the land use pattern and the environmental impact report, leave the land alone. Allow for it to do what it does naturally. Humans continue believing they are in control when all they do is mess things up. Everything is so backward.
Your time expired. Our final commenter on this item, SD, please go ahead.
Hi, I reached out to increase the funding for public transit and increase the funding for widening for expanding the number of freeways. Expanding freeways induces UBT, which is detrimental to our climate and help us reach our climate goals. Thank you.
And that concludes the public comments.
Thank you. I want to again thank the team and thank everyone for their comments. I think it's extremely important that as we look at the future of our transportation, in our region, it is crucial that we prioritize projects that serve our diverse and also our underinvested communities. I think that's a top priority, and also addressing some of the challenges as it relates to the environment that we face. I'm very much interested in the Otay Mesa port of entry, the purple line, the expansion of the blue line, and the increased frequency of the youth opportunity passes. They need to continue to be a part of the regional plan. My goal that is someday eventually, we also have it available for senior citizens. So I'm going to put in the record again. I keep asking for it in the county, but I think that our older populations also, particularly those on fixed income, need those opportunities. And there are other communities where that takes place already. So these initiatives are vital to reducing greenhouse gas emissions, improving cross-border connectivity, and ensuring that all communities, especially those disproportionately impacted, benefit from equitable and reliable public transportation. And of course, the 125, we need to stop paying for that, and our communities need to stop paying for that and figure out a way to do this and move this forward. So with that, we're going to go ahead and go to public comment to our next item, item number 13, which is closed session. I'm going to ask everyone who does not need to be here no, you don't have to leave yet. Hold on. First, we're going to have public comment. And then after that, I'm just letting you know what we're doing so that everybody knows. So 38. So we're going to have public comment on item number 13. And then I'm going to ask everyone who's not supposed to be here not to exit the room. And then we'll come back and we'll do non-agenda public comment. So I'm going to go ahead and ask public comment for this item number 13.
Thank you, Chair. I have 2 in-person and 2 virtual public comments on item 13. Truth, please come to the podium.
Focus, Nora. All right, SANDAG always racks up more exposure to litigation than we're left to guess the many possibilities. Could it be for frequently violating the Brown Act under Nora's watch? Not so much Lisa. Could it be not making enough room for a wheelchair to roll back here, or not enough room for private citizens to sit or walk while y'all have plenty of room? Could it be wasteful spending? Could it be projects disproportionately harming certain communities? Could it be not fixing highways for decades on end, even though people are paying taxes specifically for that purpose as stated in the law? Could it be projects that doubled or tripled in cost? Could it be that certain organizations were paid more than the contract agreed to? Could it be missing records? Could it be conflicts of interest? Could it be the 125 toll fiasco where several people must have financially benefited to have the issue be messed up since day one and then go on for 6 years? Could it be blaming software for every bad people at the top problems? That's you, Mario. Could it be related to firing people to avoid holding any wrongdoers accountable ever? Will SANDAG ever get it together? We shall watch the next episode in 2 weeks when Mario will probably walk in front of me again. Thank
Your
you.
time expired. Catherine Rhodes, please come to the podium, and you'll be followed by what is now 4 virtual commenters. Go ahead, Catherine.
Hello, Catherine Rhodes, and since you didn't say what it's about, I could talk about anything. So I'm thinking that you're talking about homeless. So my solution for homeless, I'm actually finally working with the county administration officers to talk about putting those 10,000 affordable housing units that were destroyed onto the city of San Diego's recognized obligation payment schedule. So we could solve our homeless problem. We could solve the people who are in mental health places that need a place to be after the fact. We can solve housing for public employees over at San Diego City Hall by putting 10,000 affordable housing units. So that's about $5 billion. That's the same exact amount of money that the city and county already pre-approved to be added to the the redevelopment agency at that time in 2010. And so what is needed is actual cooperation between the city and the county to say, yes, we want these 10,000 affordable housing units that we destroyed and made all these people die.
Your time
and
expired. Our next commenter, Blair Beekman, please go ahead.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Yeah, I just wanted to comment. I'm a bit disappointed that there isn't a bit better explanation of the closed session agenda item. It's kind of a standard procedure and practice how you've written it out, but normally City of San Diego does a great job with that. It makes something clear and how to address a situation. You're doing something legal, but I'm hoping you can learn to take the extra step and just make a bit more clear what you'll actually be working on. It sounds like it has a certain amount of urgency with it. Some simple explanations can, I think, help create a more clear process for everyone that we all deserve and want in our lives. And I wish you could have had the non-agenda public comment immediately after closed session public comment. I will wait. Thank you for the meeting today.
Thank you. Our next commenter, the original draw, please go ahead.
It's intentional. They don't want to be transparent and there is no accountability. You guys are always engaged in willful negligence always. Every time there is a meeting and anything that you guys are doing, it is all based on fraud. And just the fact that you want to continually silence the people, you want to, do things that are actually destructive to their lives. And there is no accountability when fraud, waste, and abuse takes place. You just want to brush it under the rug and obfuscate so that, it looks like you're doing something about it when in fact, nothing is actually getting done to make sure that the fraud, waste, and abuse doesn't continue. If you can't hold people accountable that have been engaged in that, how on earth can you ever say that you are going to get trust from the public? The people don't trust you, and it is the environment that you have created. It's intentional. And the fact that you want to not be transparent with anything just shows that the people can't trust you. Otherwise, you would be open book and not be trying to hide things on a constant basis. And the fact that you are silencing people and saying that you want to hear from them, that in itself is also willful negligence. And
your time expired. Our next commenter, Paul the Bull, please go ahead.
Yes, as Blair Beekman mentioned, I think it is really a disgrace and a scam that you don't have public comment before the actual closed session. But in fact, I think it would be a great idea to have just a longer period for public comment, the non-agenda comment in the beginning. I think restricting it to 5 speakers is counterproductive and ridiculous. You'd probably get a lot more cooperation and good suggestions if you didn't restrict it. As for the legal stuff, I suggest that maybe if SANDAG were more cooperative, I wouldn't have to call for its abolishment. Thank you.
And our final commenter is phone number 672. And go ahead.
All right, so Blair, amen to all the speakers who just called in and spoke at the here. Anyways, yes, they're working on a whole lot of nada. Here's some transparency. If you have never researched United Nations, Trilateral Commission, Council of Foreign Relations, the Bilderberg Group, Club of Rome, Royal Institute of International Affairs, then you have absolutely no idea what is actually going on in the world and who is orchestrating it.
Awesome.
And that concludes the public comments on closed session.
Thank you. We'll now move on to closed session. I'm going to ask everyone who does not need to be here for this item to please exit the room, and we'll reconvene to share any reportable actions.
We're good? All right. Well, welcome back. I'll now turn it over to Al for any reportable actions from closed session.
Thank you. The board met in closed session to discuss one item, conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. That item was discussed and there is no reportable action. That concludes my
Thank you very much. I will now take continued non-agenda public comments.
Vice Chair, I will call those that were called at the beginning of the meeting for continued public comments. If you're virtual, then please raise your hand at this time if you would still like to speak. And if you're present, please come into the boardroom. My first public speaker in the room is Michael Brando. Please come to the podium.
He had to leave earlier, so you can send full his name.
Thank you. I understand Mr. Brando has departed, so the next public commenter is Mark. Is Mark still present?
Yeah.
Please come to the podium.
Mark, the YouTube video entitled, "What is the Resilient Cities Network?" On September 22nd, 2020, the United Nations General Assembly announced that China would be tasked with collating all the world's data on human movement and activity. It is called GEOINT, and you can see the Wikipedia article on geospatial intelligence. Also, China's richest man, Jack Ma, along with Melinda Gates, is heading the Digital Cooperation Program, bringing all the personal data of all people in the world into one central place. There's a video on YouTube. It's called "We Cannot Let This Go." House Republicans rail against UN and World Health Organization. This is because it gives the World Health Organization unbelievable totalitarian powers that are just destroying our sovereignty. This is a screenshot of Nora off of from Microsoft Copilot. Please let me know if it's wrong. It says Nora Vargas, a prominent leader, participated in the UN meeting with young global leaders in September 2024. They passed the Pact for the Future that's doing the UN World Health Organization totalitarian powers, and it's completely wrong.
Your time expired. Our next public commenter will be Catherine Rhodes. And just for the record, if I call you now, your hands were raised in the beginning of the meeting and you will be called again. The original draw, Consuelo, I will be calling you next in person. Blair Beekman and phone number 415.
Hello, Catherine Rhodes, and I wanted to talk to you again about the solution for homeless, the solution for all the county's problems, because now homeless has changed from a City of San Diego problem to a County of San Diego problem with SB 43. And so my solution is for the County of San Diego to negotiate with the City of San Diego to add the 10,000 affordable housing units that were destroyed to the ROPS. So what would that do? That would allow for the whole City Hall complex right now, we could build 100% affordable housing there. We could get $5 billion to be put onto the ROPS. Previously, Kevin Faulkner and Jerry Sanders back in the day tried to add additional $5 to $8 million onto the successor agent, onto the redevelopment agency. Everybody's happy with the cap. Everybody would like to have as much money and as much debt as possible. And the main thing is this would be justice because, throwing seniors out into the street and letting them die was
Your time
really sad.
expired.
Thank you.
Consuelo, please come to the podium.
Okay, so I have this on. Thank you.
Let's see. I didn't think about that one, did I? Okay, so I have it on here, sorry. Just hang up, sorry. My time has started, okay, well. Yeah, I just wanted to remind the people that here we are looking for money here and there. Our chairwoman has left the building with her 3 security guards. We are all paying almost $42,000 a month in her security. And again, just like this organization, the corporation of SANDAG, people don't know who she is. She's under no threat whatsoever. But yeah. Some more transparency. I wanted to repeat, if you've never researched United Nations, the Trilateral Commission, Council of Foreign Affairs, Council of Foreign Relations, the Bilderberg Group, Club of Rome, Royal Institute of the International Affairs, then you have absolutely no idea what is actually going on in the world and who is orchestrating it.
And your time expired.
Thank you.
Our first virtual commenter, Blair Beekman, please go ahead.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thanks for the meeting today. There's some interesting UN General Assembly meetings going on at this time. Thanks that Nora's been around UN stuff at this time. They're working towards reform, and I think that translates to they want to work with the public more, believe it or not. So good luck in those efforts. I hope we can really address the concepts of peace and not war. I hope we address, they want to send, millions of more dollars to harm people in other countries for future dialogue leverage that I think is really unnecessary. How does that affect us here at the local level? It means if we practice openness and accountability, if we practice sharing our environmental concerns about the future of train issues and environmental concerns that's open and accountable about the future of the Tijuana River Valley, that's how we help our future. Good luck in how to work on this in good terms. Let's build positively.
And your time expired. Our next commenter will be phone number 415, which I believe is Paul the Bold. Please go ahead. You are self-muted. All right, I'm going to go ahead to the original draw. Please go ahead.
You're constantly disenfranchising the people by putting non-agenda at the back of closed session like this so that people leave. It's ridiculous and completely intentional, but it just shows, and people need to pay attention to that. The fact that the Tijuana mayor came in and we're not even addressing what's really going on the border. Everybody wants to say the border is secure and you want to talk about the port and all of this stuff. Well, right in his town, they're crossing right there. In fact, the police tell them how to cross the wall. And these people are getting injured very regularly, every week, if not every time that there is somebody crossing over the wall from Tijuana into San Ysidro. So we need to be having conversations about that instead of obfuscating and trying to hide it under the rug like it's not a big deal. There is a massive invasion going on, and the fact that we want to work with these people, but we don't want to really address the issues, even just like the sewage. It's bullshit that you guys can sit here and act like you're doing what's right for the people when you are absolutely not, and you never have.
Thank you. Your time expired. I'm going to try Paul the Bold one more time. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, I don't know how you got me on the, I don't know how you got me on speaker, but anyway, no audit report scheduled. There needs to be. We pay to support you guys, and if there is fraud, we need to know what is being done about it. The reimbursement, for instance, for the overbilled contracts you mentioned at the last meeting should be the first item. You hired Courtney to rebuild trust, not wait till people are tired or have to leave the meeting. If you are hiding something from us or the board, please let me know. Suggest you replace the market report, for instance, with the audit report. If people want to know what the market is doing, read the news, watch the TV, look at your cell phone after the meeting. Why the separate report here? By the way, a minute to speak, no mention of what was said, hardly any discussion.
Your time expired. That concludes the continued non-agenda public comments.
Thank you so much. This concludes our meeting. The next Board of Directors meeting will be on October 11th at 10 a.m. This meeting is adjourned.